Hello everyone, I'm Metis Balaska and welcome to the stream. So, last time, we found out two writers' true name, and we made an enemy of Rin, because we've decided to throw our lot in with protecting Sakura, who's in a bit of a state. Also, vampirism kink. I mean, obviously I know why, but still. Anyway, let us get to the game. We are now on the next day. I open my eyes. I stick my arm up in the air for no reason and stare at the ceiling, then let it fall to the on the futon. I keep gazing absently at the ceiling without getting up. It feels like my whole body is slow. My head is in a daze and my body wants rest. That must be why I don't feel like getting up, even though it's already morning. Maybe the fatigue has been building up. A lot happened yesterday, but I didn't go to bed particularly exhausted. I probably felt this way because I didn't sleep well. Hey Abso, welcome to the stream. How was your day? Sakura's in much worse shape than I am anyway. She's doing her best, so I can't let the little grogginess keep me down. I pump myself up for the day and get out of bed. Then the dizziness hits me again. It isn't from my body's slowness. It's like, as soon as I look at my bedroom door, I remember what happened last night all too vividly. Oh man. If this is already making me blush, how am I going to talk to Sakura today? I'll be okay. I've already run the simulation a bunch of times. There's nothing difficult about it. It's just a good morning, like always. What am I getting so worked up for? Awkward! But I thought Sakura would be in the kitchen, but she's already putting breakfast on the table. I mean, at least here it makes a little more sense than the other times. Because as I stated in my little notes that I may put in my videos for YouTube release, is the vampirism is like the closest you can the closest thing you can get to actual sex without it being sex, because it's kind of an important thing in Sakura's story. I try to think of something clever to say, but I draw a blank. I blow it dank. How unimaginative, even for me. Wait, I greeted her already, idiot. But Somehow, Sakura's reply feels exactly the same too. Her eyes go wide, as if she is realizing the same thing. I must be making the same face. The thought makes me relax. We both been nervously looking forward to seeing each other.
3度目になるけど、おはよう、Sakura.
I feel myself smiling. This time I say it with relief.
おはようございます、先輩。
Then we awkwardly start eating breakfast.
じゃ、いただきます。
はい、いただきます。
Even though we try to carry on like we always do, I can't stop feeling nervous. I move my chopsticks uneasily. Sakura eats cheerfully, like she's gotten used to it already. Is this something that girls are better at?
どうかしました？あ、お味噌汁のおかわりですか？
いや、まだ一杯目。けどうまいぞ。うん、すごくうまい。
はい、今朝のは自信作ですから、喜んでもらえて嬉しいです。
Her smile squeezes my heart. I'm still blushing like Sakura while Sakura's calm. So I dig into my foot to hide my embarrassment. I set down my empty bowl with a clink, but all the side dishes on the table are still untouched. It took all my effort just to focus on my soup and rice, so I didn't even notice the other food. Sorry, Sakura, but I'm at my wit's end. I need some time away in my room to cool my head.
先輩、今朝のは口に合いませんか？
The tactical retreat ends in failure. My escape route has been cut off before I knew it. I silently hold out my rice bowl.
はい、おかわりですね。いっぱい作りましたから、たくさん食べてください。
Sakura returns my bowl with an extra large helping of rice, and breakfast resumes. Oh well, I'll still have to deal with this. I'm already I'm already the only one blushing, so I can't let every single thing Sakura does throw me for a loop. Still though,
Sakura, ちょっと彼女は問題があるんじゃないのか。
先輩、問題って何ですか？
she looks at me in puzzlement. In other words, Sakura doesn't see a problem with Ryder sitting silently next to us. I got the perfect response to this. Is that a good Stitch impression?
だから問題っていうのは。
I glance at Ryder. She seems to notice the imbalance I'm getting at.
私に気を払う必要はありません。食事を続けて結構です。
She urges, just as gracefully as Sakura.
先輩、彼女のことが気になってたんですか？
そのようですね。確かに彼とは何度か争った仲です。
You have no idea. I mean, you almost killed me several times in alternate timelines.
食事の場に旧敵がいては落ち着かないのでしょう。
そんなことないです。先輩、ライダーを恨んでなんかいないもの。
Well, this is a pickle. I don't resent Ryder, but she's on the A list of people I'm bad at dealing with.
どうでしょうか。彼の食事が進まないのは私がいるからのようです。目につくというのなら席を外しますが。
だからそんなことないです。ね、先輩はライダーがいても構いませんよね。
I'm in a tough spot, but I'll say... Oh, what? Just setting up the thing. Yeah, this is where we left off with the other save. I am fond of her. She's my favorite servant in the Fate series.
わかった。本当のことを言う。けど、その前に断っておきたい。俺はお世辞もご機嫌取りもうまくできないから、そのあたり配慮してくれると助かる。
I fixed Ryder with a serious stare. She's as unreadable as ever, but she seems to understand that I'm being serious.
はっきり言うぞ。俺はライダーを恨んでなんていないし、一緒に飯を食うのだって構わない。ただ、苦手なだけでライダーのことはかなり好きだ。
I fight down my nervousness and say it clearly.
まさかあなたは私が恐ろしくないのですか？
そりゃおっかない。おっかないけど、今は味方だろ。あんたには一度助けられてるし、学校の時だってさくらを守るために戦ったんだ。そんなあんたを嫌いになれるわけがない。本当に苦手なんだけどな。
私には理解できない。ですが、嘘をついているようにも見えない。もう一度尋ねますが、私が恐ろしくないのですか？
だから怖いってば。あんたがどれだけ物騒なサーバントなのかは身に染みてるからな。けどまあ、根はちゃんとしてるっていうか、どことなくさくらに似てるんだよ、ライダーは。だから信用できるし、これからもさくらを守ってやってほしい。苦手だけどな。
That sounded like a romantic confession. I feel like she'll ask me the same question again if I look her in the eyes. So I'd better turn away and play this. Wait. Oh crap, what am I saying in front of Sakura?
さくら、違うぞ。今のは好きか嫌いかの話で、別にそういった話じゃ。
知りません。先輩が浮気性で綺麗な女の人に弱いってことは分かりましたけど。
Wow. Is this the first time Sakura has ever looked this upset with me?
待てさくら、落ち着け。ライダーが好きだっていうのは人間として好きだってことで、別に女の人だからってわけじゃないぞ。さくらだってライダーのことを信頼してるんだろ。それと同じだ。大体な、綺麗だって言うけど、俺にとってはさくらの方が綺麗であって、さくらに比べたらライダー。
Shiro, stop! Shiro, stop! Shiro, stop! You're digging your grave! Whoa, what's that incredible hostility I just felt from Ryder?
負けないぐらい美人なわけで、どっちが綺麗だとか、そういう見方はしちゃいけないと思う。 その負けないぐらい美人なわけで、どっちが綺麗だとかそういう見方はしちゃいけないと思う。
Okay, so that wasn't cut off. Uh-oh. The more I run my mouth, the deeper I seem to dig my grave.
やめよう。こういう話はうちの食卓にふさわしくない。話題の切り替えを提案する。
I raise my hand pleadingly. Depending on how you see it, it could be a complete surrender.
いいえ、話は終わっていません。いい機会ですから、先輩の本心を追求したいと思います。
Well, if you want to know how I feel, personally, Sakura, I'm sorry to say I prefer a writer, though I do not dislike you.
さくらに賛成します。私としては承知ですが、物事は明確にするべきです。
Both of them lean in towards me.
先輩、私とライダー、どっちが好みなんですか？先輩の気持ちなんですから、わからないなんてことはないはずです。
さくらの言う通りです。私としては承知ですが、あなたの答えには興味がある。
Oof.
さあ、答えを口にしてください。
Yep, that was the response I got last time I did this. Saying that, by the way, I think we are getting to the point where my playing this is going to be completely blind. We are nearing the point where I left off, I believe. Though I don't know how near we are to it. I feel my back against the wall. I have no way out, and I know that the moment I open my mouth, I'm bound to piss one of them off. But the trouble won't end there. Once the truth comes out, it'll hound me for a while to come. Sakura and Ryder. Maybe it's just their solidarity as fellow women, but these two are really alike. That's no coincidence. It's 9 a.m. By the time we finish breakfast. We skip school. Now that things have gotten this serious, I don't feel like going to school until the Holy Grail War is over. One of the reasons I went to school was to fight together with Tosaka. Now that our alliance is over, there's no point. There's no point in going out during the day, and most of all, it's too dangerous to let Sakura go outside. She's acting like she's in good health, but she could collapse at any moment, like she did yesterday. Kotamini's treatment bordered time, but Sakura's walking on a tight rope. I don't know what Zoken intends to do, but I can't let him get anywhere near Sakura, especially in her delicate state. There's nothing I can do if the crest worm inside her starts moving again. Shinji used the drug, but Zoken was the one who implanted the crest worm, so he can probably activate them again just by looking at her. And Kotamine did say that Sakura doesn't have much time left. I'm the only one who knows that. I can't even tell Sakura or Tosaka. What I need to do now is end this war while Sakura doesn't know the truth. I don't have the power to save her, but it should be easy to save her with the omnipotent power of the Holy Grail.
先輩、さっきから怖い顔して変ですよ。学校は休んじゃいましたし、 ゆっくりしていいと思いますけ
いや、休むのは戦いが終わってからにしよう。今は戦いに勝つことだけを考えないと。
ど。先輩、戦いってまだ続ける気なんですか？
Her anxious tone is a little unexpected. I've had a hunch for a while now that Sakura has no intent to fight. She should know that the Holy Grail is the only way to heal herself, but she doesn't even consider it as an option. She has an aversion to fighting. Sakura is extremely afraid of hurting other people. That isn't wrong, but I don't intend to deny her feelings. Sakura can stay the way she is. I'm the one who's made her cry, and it's my role to fight.
戦いは続ける。話し合いで済めばそうするけど、そうは言ってられないだろう。造剣が桜を解放するとは思えないし、桜には悪いけど、あいつに聖杯は渡しちゃいけないと思う。残ったマスターは4人。俺はこの中から桜を勝たせて、桜に聖杯を使ってもらう。
そう言ってもらえるのは嬉しいです。けど、先輩、遠坂先輩と戦えるんですか？
I beat up her servants in an alternate timeline.
あいつが邪魔をするなら戦う。まあ、本当は聖杯なんて物騒なもんはあいつに任せたいんだけどな。あいつならきちんと鞘に収められるし、桜を助けてくれるだろうし。
そうでしょうか。あの人は魔術師です。私みたいに弱い人間のことなんて考えてくれないと思います。
We've seen evidence to the contrary. I can't fully deny that. Tosaka is a good person, I know that, but she's still a full-fledged mage. Last night she said that she'd kill Sakura. Even if that's what the situation called for at the time, she still made her choice and was fully ready to carry it out. So, if it turns out that even the Holy Grail can't save Sakura, she'll have gained a weapon and even more powerful than Archer that she can use to end Sakura's life.
そうだな。けど、それでも遠坂にはできないよ。あいつに桜は殺せない。
どうしてそう思うんですか？
いや、確証はないけど、あいつは根っこですごいやつだからな。あいつが選ぶ未来はきっと誰も失わないとんでもなくハッピーな世界なんだと思う。だから大丈夫。
どうしてそう思うんですか？先輩は。
遠坂は最後には絶対桜を助けるよ。
先輩は遠坂先輩のいいえ、何でもありません。先輩がそう言うなら私も信じてみます。
ああ、けど正直あいつ任せってのは情けないし、譲りたくない。桜を守るのは俺でいたいんだ。
I took Sakura's hand and made my choice. I can't let anyone else take my role. I'm going to do whatever I can to make Sakura happy.
先輩、気持ちは嬉しいです。だけど先輩はもう戦える状態ではないと思います。セイバーさんもいなくなって遠坂先輩とも対立してしまった。
That's where we turn on the Riz.
先輩はもう聖杯戦争に関わる必要はありません。だから今まで通りどうか先輩の日常に戻ってください。 私のせいで先輩が傷つくのは嫌。
バカ。そんなのさくらのせいじゃない。俺はやりたいからやるんだし、今さら降りられる戦いでもない。そんなのさくらだって分かってるだろ。
私のせいで先輩が傷つくのは嫌です。
I fought in the war as Saber's master. I chose to become a master of my own will, not just because I accidentally stumbled into the war. So I can't back down now. I'll fight, even if I'm alone. I'm going to see this through to the end. It's the only way I can repay Saber for going along with my selfishness.
じゃあ先輩はどうしても。
戦いはやめない。そのためにこれから今後の方針を決めようと思う。ライダーもいいか？
構いません。あなたの意見は正しい。さくらはどうですか？
Sakura silently agrees. Good. She seems to have accepted the logic of it.
よし。じゃあこれからの話なんだけど、その前に。
I look at Ryder. Since breakfast, I gradually gotten used to Ryder's presence in the living room, but there is still something I want to address.
何でしょうか？
その目。うちにいる時ぐらい目隠しを取ったらどうだ？
Shiro, do you even fucking know the legend of Medusa? Like, come on! You cannot be this stupid! She's not wearing that, to be the, she's not wearing that, to be intimidating. She's wearing it to keep her mystic eyes in check.
お前の魔眼はもう知ってるんだし、無理に隠す必要ないだろ
う。Isn't she uncomfortable keeping the blindfold on?
つまり、私が美観を損ねると。
I mean, personally, I don't. I think it looks cool as hell.
ああ、端的に言えばそうなる。その格好はともかく、目隠しは大変だろ。せっかく綺麗なんだし、暑苦しいのは取ったらどうだ？
だそうです、マスター。あなたの意見次第では、私も考えますが。
I mean, yeah, the way he was talking.
そんなの絶対ダメ。
But why is Sakura so strongly against it?
なんで？さくらだってライダーが目隠ししてたら困るんじゃないのか？
困りません。大体ですね。ライダーの目は魔眼なんですよ。ちょっとした弾みで魔術にかかっちゃったらどうするんですか？
かかるのか、ライダー？
かかります。私の目は魔眼というよりは邪眼ですから。私本人が魔力をセーブしたところで、あなたを対象外にするのは難しい。
なんだそれ。ライダー、自分の目をコントロールできないのか？
できませんね。それゆえの称号です。ですが、昨日ほどの効果は望めないでしょう。あなたは私の魔眼が石化だと知っている。不意打ちによる認識洗浄は弱まっていますから、体が硬直するスピードは落ちるはずです。
そっか。じゃあ昨日みたいにいきなり体が麻痺するってのはないのか。
状況によります。あなたが気を抜いていれば魔眼の効果は上がるでしょ
う。要するに気を抜かなければいいんだな。なら問題ないじゃないか。万が一魔眼にとらわれてもライダーは味方なんだからすぐに解除してくれるだろうし。
そうですね。私はあなたの命は取りません。そういった意味で言えば何の危険もありませんが。
ダメったらダメです。ライダーの目は石化だけじゃないんだから。
そうでしたね。では封印はこのままにしておきましょう。
Sakura pats her chest in relief. Anyway, I'm not really sure what that was about, but Ryder is going to leave her blindfold on.
そうか。気になるけど、ライダー本人がいいって言うならいいか。
ええ。素顔を晒すのは嫌いです。以後、この件には触れないように。
Ryder says it coldly, her earlier levity gone. She really is hard to read. Maybe we're just not very compatible.
話を戻そう。今後の方針だけど、とりあえずさくらはうちから出ないこと。ゾウケンと直接会うのは危険だからな。あのじいさんとはこっちで肩をつける。
その考えは正しい。ですが、あなたはどうやってあの魔術師を倒すのです？何か考えがあるのですか？
I could visualize a sniper rifle. I'm not sure what to say about that. I'm sure there are ways to beat him, but I haven't given much thought to picking one.
それは。
My fate depends on my next choice. I have multiple options. Out of them, the most viable one would be...
他のマスターと協力すべきだと思う。事情を話せば味方とまではいかないにしても、ゾウケンを倒すのに手を貸してくれるかもしれない。
他のマスターって遠坂先輩ですか？
いや、遠坂じゃない。俺、バーサーカーのマスターとは知り合いなんだ。イリアって言うんだけど、あの子なら話せばちゃんと聞いてくれる。
To be honest, I can't leave Emiya be either. Tosaka's side, I have no idea what Zoken will do next. He was willing to force Sakura to fight by planting worms in her. Ilya and Berserker are stronger in direct combat, but Zoken is a schemer. He knows he can't win in a duel, so he'll use other methods. So Ilya can't get careless, even if she is a even if she has Berserker.
バーサーカー。あなたはあの強戦士が我々の味方になると？
味方とまではいかないにしろ、しばらくは見逃してもらえる。それに、協力は無理でも忠告ぐらいはしておきたい。
That girl came to this town all alone. Ilya was raised to be a master and given the name Einsburn. She's more than just a stranger to me.
そうですか。けど先輩、そのイリアって人の居場所はわかるんですか？
Now that you mention it, she did show me where her house is. It's a bit of a trek, though.
前に見せられた。道順は記憶している。広い森なんで想像通りにはいかないだろうが、半日もあればたどり着けるはずだ。
半日。 それって今から行くってことですよね。
そうだな。ゼンは急げって言うし、今から行けば夜までには帰ってこれる。
It's a rushed decision, but a timely one. I've been wanting to thank Emiya for her help yesterday. Moreover, I have a feeling that everything will change once I bring up Zoken's schemes and that unknown shadow.
行ってくる。できるだけ早く帰ってくるから、さくらは部屋で休んでいてくれ。
わかりました、先輩。それなら、せめてライダーを連れて行ってください。何？
そうか。その方が安全だよな。
わかりました、先輩。それなら、せめてライダーを連れて行ってください。何かあっても必ず、ライダーが守ってくれますから。
But I can't do that. It's just as dangerous to leave Sakura at home by herself. No, much more dangerous since she can't defend herself against Zoken.
いや、ライダーはさくらを守ってやってくれ。もしゾーケンが来たら、魔力を消費する戦闘は避けて、さくらを抱きかかえて逃げること。ライダーの足なら追いつかれることはないだろう。
Ryder solemnly nods, as if she had the same idea.
ライダーだってそう言ってる。今回、さくらはお留守番だ。
けど、先輩だって危険です。あの森は、今。
心配すんな。危ないって思ったらすぐに逃げる。それに、イリアはマスター以外に興味はないんだ。マスターじゃなくなった俺が言っても危険はない。
I give Sakura a reassuring clap on the shoulder and leave the living room. Now then, first I'll go to the shed and prep something I can use as a weapon. Sakura sees me off as I leave the Emiya house. I'm carrying 2 wooden swords in a tubular shinai bag, and something light to eat later. I don't have a map or a compass. I still have the sense of direction I got from the magecraft Emiya cast on me. All I can do is rely on the memory of what I saw and my own intuition.
10時前。タクシーで1時間。森の中を歩いて4時間。
Excuse me? I hope it only takes that long. Anyway, I'll have the taxi drive slowly while I look for the entrance to the forest that I saw the other day. Once I find it, I'll leave the car and walk the rest of the way. If it goes well, I should make it to Emiya's castle before sundown. I'll think about what to do next once I meet Emiya.
シロ、
I hear something nostalgic from behind me. That businesslike and cool way of addressing me. The way she said my name politely and awkwardly, yet as kindly as she could. I say a name that that can't possibly be here.
待ちなさい。出立の前に話があります。
ライダー。
As I turn around, I accept reality. This is Ryder. The girl who said my name in that way isn't here anymore.
いいけど、なんだ。こっちも急いでるからな。手短に頼む。
私の質問は一つだけです。あなたがさくらを守ると言った。その理由を私はまだ聞いてはいません。エミヤシロ。
それ、俺は信用できないってことか。
ええ。私はさくらほどあなたを知っているわけではありませんから。
I mean, fair. That makes sense. Ryder wants to protect Sakura, not me. So she probably wants to know what I'm thinking at least.
一度しか言わないから、この手の質問はこれっきりにしてくれ。もったいぶってるんじゃなくて、人前で言うようなことじゃないからな。いいか、俺はさくらが好きだ。それだけじゃない。昨日の夜、さくらに魔力を。
そのようですね。朝さくらの魔力は安定していました。外部からの供給がなければさくらはまた熱にうなされていたでしょう。それが何か？
それだけだ。俺はさくらが好きだ。さくらを守る理由はそれだけだ。自分が好きになった女を守るのは男として当然だろ
う。ではあなたはさくらのために戦うのですね。目的はあくまでさくらの体を救うため。
いや、するよ。聖杯が何であるかは知らないけど、それがさくらを幸せにしてくれるんだったらいくらでも使ってやる。
さくらを幸せにする？
そうだよ。今までさくら一人を苦しめてきた。だからその分どんな手を使っても幸せにしてやりたい。
Ryder says nothing. She just stands there. Maybe now she knows why I'm embarrassed to say this aloud.
よし。ライダーの質問に答えたんだから、今度はこっちの番だ。要望があるんだけど、聞いてくれるか？
ええ。私にできる範囲でなら聞き届けますが。
まあ、簡単なことだ。さっきの呼び方だけど、白って発音じゃなくて、違うアクセントにしてくれないか？
わかりました。白でいいのですか？
いや、それじゃ白だ。もうちょっと、なんていうか。
白ではなく
Ryder grapples with the pronunciation. Guess not then. I'll just cause her trouble by making her try multiple times. Ryder's blindfold and dark clothes give her her thorny image, but she's actually quite sociable. Somehow I get the impression that she would be a little clumsy in private life.
ごめんな。元のままでいいよ。
白。発音はこれでいいのですね。白。
あ、文句なしだ。悪いな。俺のわがままに付き合わせて。
わがまま？あなたは白と呼ばれることが不快なのでしょう？なら私に発音を訂正させるのは正しいと思いますが。
まさかさっきの呼び方は好きだった？
Yeah. It's because I like that I don't want anyone else to say it that way. I know it's a silly thing to get hung up on, but I want her to be the only one to say my name that way.
本当にただのわがままなんだ。ライダーが悪いわけじゃない。
わかりました。あなたがそう言うのなら私も理由は問いません。
あ、それじゃあ言ってくる。さくらのことよろしくな、ライダー。
I wave at Ryder and start running. First, I need to go to the intersection and hail a taxi. I'll take it to the outskirts of town and find the entrance to the forest that I've only seen once. Shio's got a better memory than me. Interlude 10-1. So, who are we following this time? All right, so this is Sakura. She is left alone. There is no longer any meaning in the boy's war. No longer a master. He charged off into danger anyway. Meanwhile, the girl who is the cause of it all is resting at home. The reality sinks in.
彼は森に向かいました。後悔しているのですか、さくら。
The servant inquires her master's feelings. Eyes gloomy, the girl shakes her head
後
once.
悔なんてできないでしょライダー。
そうですね。確かに意味のない質問でした。
後悔なんてできないでしょライダー。そんな
What?
後悔なんてできないでしょライダー。そんなもの今さら何の意味もない。ええけど辛いことだけじゃない。私ね、不謹慎だって分かってるのに嬉しいの。先輩が私のために何かしてくれるのは純粋に嬉しいから。
Even as she says it, pain fills her expression. Her lips feel practically sewn together by her guilt, even as she speaks of joy.
けどそれは間違ってる。おじい様は容赦なんてしない。先輩が戦う限り常に死の危険性がある。それに何より
It'll be a problem for her if she lets him get involved any further. The future holds nothing good for either of them. That's why she hoped he would give up on the war and go back to her normal life. She doesn't have much time left anyway. She'd prefer to live the rest of it for him. However, beneath that desire, she feels a glimmer of hope that his fighting might allow them to be together longer. No, she's simply delighted to see that her beloved is fighting and getting hurt on her behalf. She doesn't want him to fight, but she's overjoyed that he's doing it for her. Two competing wishes vie for her heart, and she's stuck unable to decide which one matters more.
嘘。結婚なんてしてないくせに。
She mumbles in anguish, keenly aware of her own dark nature. That's right. Actually, she wants him to fight. She wants him to save her, to make up for all the time during which she had never noticed her. So it's all right if he gets hurt. She's thinking something she never should. She clutches her chest in pain. The worms inside her wriggle up and down on her nerves and as if responding to her dark desires. It was only an instant. That single thought of him getting hurt is enough to make the worms violate her body even more. Ugh, it had to be worded that way. I'm not going to read that. I'm still not going to do it. Not doing it! All that squirming in her body starts to make her ears ring. A chill runs through her blood. My body is so disgusting, so wicked to be aroused by something like this. The worms that dissolved in her blood become a sweet poison, heating her body. They swell and roil like waves, swallowing her consciousness. When she gets aroused like All right, we're back now, aren't we? I hope we didn't lose too much of that, because I got no notification of it just dying like that. Okay, so I'm guessing it's around and here that it stopped. So this stuff. Giving a chance to read.
Sakura.
大丈夫。私はまだ平気です。それよりお願いライダー。どうか先輩についていってあげて。
命令ならば従います。ですがさくら、あなたの体とて長くはない。私を行使するということはあなたの余命を削ることです。それでもいいのですね。
どうせ長くないもの。私今はちゃんとしてるけど、気を抜くとね、自分が何をしていたかわからなくなるの。日に日に記憶が曖昧になって、手足の感覚もない。時間の感覚だってもうバラバラで、一日が長く続いてくれないんだ。今朝だってなんか先輩を見送ってから1週間ぐらい経ってる気がするの。
She says it as if it doesn't particularly bother her. She's already accepted her death. Even as she tries not to shamefully cling to hope, she wants to protect him.
承知しました。主の命に従い、エミヤ四郎を護衛します。
ありがとう。ごめんねライダー。私がダメになったらすぐに新しい人と契約して。先輩はちょっと嫌だけど、ライダーならいいかな。
She forces herself to smile. The black-clad servant nods once and leaves her master.
良くない風です。宝具を使用することになりますが、構いませんね。
危なくなったら先輩を連れ帰ってきて。
分かっています。けれどさくら、私はあの老人ではなく、あの神父こそを注意すべきだと思うのですが。
Ryder leaves with that last remark. That was a surprise. Her servant doesn't give her opinions. She has a stoic personality and carries out orders exactly as they're given. Until now, she's never made so much as a suggestion.
そうね。私も本当はそう思うわ。
A sing-song whisper. A languid, even graceful expression replaces her earlier gloom.
けど安心してライダー。だってあの人、私には勝てないもの。
She giggles, like a girl picking flowers. A few minutes off the highway, I find the forest entrance, which feels familiar, despite this being my first time seeing it, shrouded in mist even during daytime. In the woods, the mist hanging in the air, and the lack of sunlight getting through the trees makes me lose my sense of time.
うわ、大丈夫かこれ。
I'm amazed by my recklessness. It's all too late. I didn't feel lost when I was looking through Elia's eyes at the time, but this isn't something I can navigate using my memory alone.
いや、泣き言は後だ。なりふり構ってられないんだから、当たって砕けろだ。
I pump myself up. It's now sometime past noon. When I was seeing through Emiya's eyes, it took roughly 4 hours to get to the castle from here. The rest is up to my physical stamina and my talent, memory, and aptitude reproduction skill as a mage. I walked through the forest. The thick scent of tree sap makes the air feel slightly stuffy. It isn't as bad as walking in the mountains, but the unseen terrain saps my stamina bit by bit. I think I've been walking on the path showed me about for about 2 hours now. But I still can't see anything up ahead, and the lack of landmarks is bothering me a little. Thanks to my daily training, I don't know the problem. I don't have a problem with walking in the wilderness all day, but it does build up mental fatigue that isn't easy to notice. My memory tells me that it's 2 more hours to the castle. If I come across something entirely unexpected at that time, then I don't know if I'll be able to get out of the forest. My physical limits are still a ways off, but the mental stress could cause me to start making small mistakes. Mountain climbing requires one to stay hydrated, carefully monitor one's physical condition, and make constant decisions such as whether to step left or right next, or whether the next handhold is a millimeter too shallow or deep. This forest trek isn't quite so demanding, but it brings risks of its own. I can't tell what direction I'm facing or where my current direction is. To say nothing of the distress that could cause, there are also direct threats from the forest wildlife. In a forest as big as this, animals are sure to have marked their territory. People usually get attacked while hiking because they violated an animal's territory. Walking around recklessly is like asking to get attacked. So there are times when it's better to go around the game trail that would have taken you straight to your destination. Fortunately, there aren't any snakes in these woods. There are only signs of wild dogs in the area, and they're rarely sighted. The lack of wildlife is probably due to Einsburn magecraft. Still, there are wild dogs around, and in the worst case, I might run into something even worse than that. I avoid the thicket that looks like something might be living there, and continue retracing my steps. A wise man keeps away from danger. An iron rule of hiking isn't to run away at the first sight of danger, but to avoid dangerous-looking places to begin with. It's like the air feels different on my skin. With each step I take deeper into the forest, I feel an unpleasant tingle up my spine. Don't go this way. Leave this forest right now. No matter how many people you bring, none will return alive. Even the trees seem to whisper that as their branches sway in the wind. Although it was the scent of tree sap, but it's not quite that. I thought it was the scent of tree sap, but it's not quite that. It has the same sweetness, but not the vitality of the forest. This is... I'm pretty sure. I draw a wooden sword from my bag. I stop, concentrate, and take a few minutes to strengthen my sword. I hear footsteps from the direction of the thicket. Straining my ears, I hear it mixed with the sound of someone pushing through the branches and creaking close, and a creaking noise. It's coming. Something makes a beeline for me through the greenery. I raise my wooden sword. I tense my arms, slightly tighten my grip on the sword, raise the weapon to an overhead striking position, and...
そこまでよ。動かないで。
Hi! We both freeze. Now then, how should I break this deadlock?
ちょっと、いい加減それ下げてくれない？お化け屋敷じゃないんだから。
Tosaka is the first to break the ice. I lower the wooden sword as asked.
珍しいところであったじゃない。一応聞いておくけど、ピクニックの下見ってわけじゃないわよね。
I mean, I know I have food, but still.
わけあるか。そういう遠さかこそなんだよ。森林浴って柄じゃないだろ、お前。今度は何企んでんだ？
失礼ね。森林浴ぐらいするわよ。そりゃ今日は違う要件だけど。
She protests with a grunt. What surprises me is that she doesn't deny that she's up to something.
遠さか。お前、イリアとやり合おうってのか？
I get straight to the point.
だとしたらどうなの？あなたはもうマスターじゃない。なら私たちの戦いに首を突っ込む資格も義理もないはずよ。
ないけど、遠坂がイリアと戦うっていうのなら止める。
なんでよ。もしかしてイリアとサクラを組ませるって腹？
それもあるけど、遠坂、イリアと戦ったらただじゃ済まないぞ。始めたらどっちかが必ず傷を負う。そういうのは嫌だ。俺はもともと
初めから戦いを止めるためにでしょ。なんだ、それまだ変わってなかったんだ。
Tosaka shifts from her barbed attitude to an exasperated shrug. This is her true face, the one that always drags me around and was close by my side until Sakura ended up in her current situation.
なんだよ。一度決めたことなんだから、そう簡単に変えられるわけないだろ。
でしょうね。ほんと前々から思ってたんだけど。
What's she getting at? Tosaka heaves an exaggerated sigh.
エミヤくんってすっごいバカでしょ。
She gives me a grin so bright it makes me blink, even as she says that.
けどいいわ。懲りないやつだけど、あなたはそうでなくちゃ張り合いがない。不器用は不器用なりに、せいぜい努力することね。
なんだその勝ち怒った顔は。なんか無性に腹立つな。
いいからいいから。で、その学校からするに、エミヤくんもイリアスフィールに用があるってわけね。さっきは当てずっぽうで言ったけど、本当にイリアスフィールと話し合いをするつもりなんだ。
Come on. I can't believe she's grinning at me like that while I get mad. Damn it. For some reason, I'm weak to Tosaka when this happens. It's like I lose. It's like I lose no matter what I say. Like the more I protest, the more I get driven into a corner.
どうしたの？急に黙っちゃって。黙秘なんてエミヤ君らしくないわよ。
そうだよ。お前の言う通りだ。俺は今からイリアに会いに行くんだから邪魔するな。ついてきたら追っ払うからな。
あれ？何？もしかしてイリアスフィールの居場所知ってるの？
Oops. I said something else I shouldn't have.
よかった。それなら案内してもらえる？私も大体の場所はわかるんだけど、大昔の地図だから信憑性低くって。エミヤ君が知ってるなら話は早いわ。
お前な、俺はついてくるなって言ったんだぞ。
あら、エミヤ君はイリアスフィールと話し合いに行くのに、私から目を離していいの？万が一私が先に到着しちゃったら、もう話し合いどころじゃないと思うけど。
お前、俺を脅迫する気か？大体な、一緒に行ったところでイリアに喧嘩売るんだろお前は。
売らないわよ。イリアスフィールと共闘できるならそれに越したことはないもの。とりあえずやるべきことは造剣の排除でしょ。私がここに来たのはイリアスフィールに忠告に来ただけだもの。
忠告って何の？
マトウ造剣が何やら企んでるから甘く見てると痛い目に遭うって。キャスターのこともあるし、バサーカーまでああなっちゃこっちが不利でしょ。けどそう忠告したところで戦いになるって覚悟してたけどね。私とあの子じゃ話し合いなんてできない。一応忠告してそれで戦いになるのなら仕方ないって思ってた。いずれ倒さないといけない相手だし、遅いか早いかの違いでしょ。でも見たところエミヤ君には当てがありそうじゃない？なら冒険をする必要もないし、エミヤ君の努力次第でことは丸く収まるってこと。ほら、難しい顔しない。あなたがイリアスフィールを説得できるなら私はおとなしく帰ってあげる。で、もし失敗したら協力してあの子を倒すか、二人して逃げられるように手を貸すわ。
悪い話も何も、お前どうあったって俺の後をついてくる気だろ。
And she's like, and she'll be like, oh, you know me so well.
まさかそんなの言いがかりよ。たまたま行き先が同じってこともあるんだし。
Well, not exactly what I was thinking, but Gremlin's back. What a devil. Still, Tosaka's doing me a favor by letting me guide her. If I let her go, she might fight Elia, but if she comes with me, then she'll behave.
言っとくけど、俺だって道に確証はないぞ。迷っても文句言うなよ。
それは心配無用よ。あなたが向かってる方角、地図とぴったり一致するもの。私の地図とエミヤ君の案内があれば迷うことなんかないわ。
わかった、観念したよ。城まで一緒に行こう。そうすればとりあえずイリアとは戦わないんだな。
ええ、あなたがイリアスフィールと交渉している間も邪魔はしないわ。あの子、敵に回したら厄介だけど味方にできるなら頼もうし。
自信。
The trees sway. A noise that resembles an explosion and echoes from far. No. This is no earthquake. Something like a typhoon is raging nearby.
これ
まさか。どうやら一歩遅かったようね、私たち。
じゃあ 向こうで暴れてるのはバーサーカーなのか。
ええ、私たちがここにいる以上バーサーカーが戦う相手は一人しかいない。どうする？私は行くけどエミヤ君は残る？
There's no time to think. Okay, I think this might be I think this is another bad end. This might be a bad end trigger. I'm going to make sure of that. Yes, it's a bad end trigger. We should hurry.
俺も行く。そのために来たんだからな。
それじゃあ私の後ろに行って。アーチャーを先行させるから、それで出会い頭に即死ってのだけは避けられるわ。
With that, Tosaka starts running deeper into the forest. Archer drops from spirit to material form, gives me one glance, and then charges forward, blazing a path.
していろよ。
I grip my wooden sword tightly and chase after them as fast as I can. Interlude. The dark giant escaped from the castle with the little girl. It was an inexplicable flight. They left what would normally be the best possible defensive position and fled into the forest where they were more vulnerable. Danger was closing in. The girl sensed that unavoidable truth first. The enemy is slowly approaching the castle. When she sensed how great the threat was, she raised the castle's defenses to maximum and woke up the giant in preparation for its arrival. Berserker, the dark giant with a steel-like body. Robbed of his sanity, he's been reduced to an avatar of destruction, bent only on obeying the girl. With her bodyguard and defenses, she has no enemy. She has no enemy to be afraid of. That's what she told herself as she tried to fight down the sense of inevitable dread. And yet, as soon as the enemy approached, the giant and at her side told her, "Run." Robbed of his sanity and speech, even the mad warrior sensed that he couldn't win against whatever was coming for them. Instantly, the girl fled. She knows. She knew. There's nothing they can do against the thing at the castle walls. With the sun behind it, the ominous shadow expanded until it became large enough to easily scale the walls. They would lose. Berserker can't win against it, to say nothing of herself. And remember how much of a problem Berserker has been in previous routes. If they fight it, they're sure to lose, and Berserker won't be her servant anymore. That's the source of her unease. The girl ran because she was afraid of losing her servant, not losing the fight. With the girl in his arms, the giant races through the forest. Her apprehension weighs on her even more heavily. They can't escape. Vaguely realizing that there is no escape from this dread, from this fear, the girl orders the dark giant to stop. Before her stands an old mage, wrinkled and old like a withered tree. Next to him stands an assassin wearing a white skull mask. Zokimato. She recognizes him with a single look as a mage of the Makiris, whom she was taught about when she left the castle in her homeland.
聖杯に選ばれてもいない者がマスターの真似事をしているのね。
The girl climbs down from the dark giant and faces the old man. There's no fear in her eyes. The threat that she and the giant had felt is most certainly not the person in front of them.
聖杯はマスターなど選ばぬ。聖杯とは受け皿に過ぎぬもの。そこに意志があり性別をするなどとお主まで教会の触れ込みに毒されたか。
The girl watches the old man coldly, and as she chuckles good and delight. He chuckles good and delight. He's right. The Holy Grail does not choose. The masters are chosen by the Holy Grail. The servants are granted physical form by its power, and are anchored in the world by their master. By their masters. That rule, that pretext, was deliberately distorted and spread. The girl knows that the goal of the Holy Grail War is just the opposite. It is merely a gift of, it is merely to fill the Grail. The masters are not chosen. They are merely components of a ritual. Likewise, servants are merely used to open the gate.
あなたこそモーネに毒されているんじゃないの？造剣。器になる聖杯に意志はないけど、マスターを選び出す大聖杯には意志があるわ。もともとこの土地に原型があるからこそ、あなたたちは英霊を呼び出して聖杯を満たそうとした。ま、当事者であるあなたがそれを忘れるぐらいだから、マキリの血は衰退したんでしょうけど。
The girl's voice is cold. She shows nothing but scorn for him, and the old man accepts it with a chuckle.
いやいや、心配には及ばぬ。マキリの衰退もここまでよ。ことはなりつつあってな。予定では次の儀式で行うはずじゃったが、今回は駒に恵まれての、わしの悲願はあと一手で叶おうとしておる。
そう？なら勝手にすれば。私、あなたに興味はないわ。私以外の器なんて気に入らないけど、どうせ失敗するんだし、邪魔はしないから、おとなしく地の底に戻ったら。
言われるまでもない。この老体に日の光は辛いのでな。ことが済めば早々に古巣に戻る。だがやはりのこうもうまくいきすぎると逆に不安が大きくなる。万が一のためお主の体をもらい受ける。ここでお前を抑えておけば我が悲願は盤石じゃ。
It sounds icky when you say that. I mean, the guy's a fucking cockroach. Of course he's icky. The old man burns with a ghastly aura. The white skull slowly stands up, but stops against the old man's wishes. It's obvious with a glance. The white-masked assassin is overwhelmed by the giant's presence. He has absolutely no chance of defeating it. He'll be cut in half in a single stroke if he attacks. So he stayed still, knowing full well what awaits him.
主に似て臆病なサーバントね。そんなに死ぬのが怖いなら戦わなければいいのに。あなたといい、造剣といい、そんなに自分の命が大事？
Assassin doesn't answer. Instead, his master laughs loudly.
ああ、大事だとも。我が望みは不老不死。こやつの望みも永劫に刻まれる自身の名でな。我らは同じ目的のため、こうして邁進しておるというわけだ。
正気なのあなた。聖杯にかける望みが不老不死ですって。
The girl's eyes are filled with disgust. The old man's sneer twists even more. It's as if he was waiting for her criticism and scorn.
当然じゃ。見よこの体を。刻一刻と機能を失い、悪臭を放ち体は内から溶け、こうしている今も脳細胞は蓄えた知識を失っていくのだ。その痛み、生きながら崩れゆく苦しみがお主にわかるか。
Suffer.
自業自得でしょ。人の体は100年の時間に耐えられない。それを超えようというのだから代償は必要だわ。それに耐えられないなら消えればいい。苦しいのなら死ねば楽になるんじゃなくて。
The old body trembles. The mage's back quivers as if he's having a coughing fit.
やはりそうきたか、アインツベル。貴様らとて1000年続けて同じ思想よ。所詮人形。やはり人間には近づけなんだ。
He chortles heartily, finding it truly hilarious.
なんですって。
たわけめ。よく聞くがよい、冬の娘よ。人の身において死に勝る無念などない。虫どもの苗床となるこの痛みなど、己が死に比べればかほどのものでもないわ。自己の存続こそが苦しみから逃れる唯一の真理。死ねば楽になるなどと、それこそ生きていない証ではないか。だからこそお主は人形に過ぎぬのだ。その急増の体ではあと1年と持つまい。短命に定められた作り物に人間の欲望は理解できぬということだ。
ええ、理解できないわ。あなたは人間の中でも特例だもの。そんな長く生きたくせに自分の寿命を受け入れられないなんて乱心したとしか思えない。ねえ、あなたそんなに死にたくないの？
無論わしは死ぬわけにはいかん。このまま死にたくはない。まだ世にとどまり生を続けなくてはならん。だがそれもすでに限界。故に崩れぬ体、永劫不滅の器が欲しい。そのために
聖杯を手に入れようというの？死が恐ろしいから聖杯を求めるの？
死が恐ろしくない人間がいるのかね。よいか、いかな真理、いかな境地にたどり着こうと無駄なこと。自己の消滅、世界の終焉を克服することはできん。最後に知っておけ。目の前に生き延びる手段があり、手を伸ばせば届くというのなら、何者をも、たとえ世界そのものを犠牲にしても手に入れるのが人間だとな。
じゃあ、あなたは自分が生き続けるために他の人間をみんな犠牲にするっていうの？
おうよ。それで我が望みが叶うというのなら、世界中の人間を一人一人殺して回っておるわ。人の強欲は尽きぬもの。お主とて木々の一本一本が寿命を延ばす妙薬とすれば、この森など瞬く間に食らい尽くそう。たとえそれがわずか1日足らずの延命だとしてもな。 己が一日のために世界の一部を殺していく。その願望はこの森だけでは飽き足らず、世界中の木々を殺すことになる。
Speak for yourself, asshole.
その行いによって他人が滅びようと知ったことではない。当然であろう。もとより人間とはそのようにしてここまで広がり、育ち増え、肥満しきった有象無象。そこにもはや連鎖すべき法則など成り立たぬ。いずれ破綻するのであれば、わし一人が足並みを崩したところで誰にも異論は挟ませぬわ。
The old man rants merrily. After staring at him for a moment in surprise,
そこまで見失ってしまったの、マキリ。
the girl speaks in a voice very unlike that of a girl.
何？
思い出しなさい。私たちの悲願、奇跡に至ろうとする絶望はどこから来たものなのか。私たちは何のために人の身であることにこだわり、人の身であるままに人あらざる地点に到達しようとしていたのかを。
The laughter dies. The old maid stares up at the sky in contemplation.
人形風情がよくも言った。ユスティーツァーの真似事も刷り込み済みというわけか。
That's one I haven't heard before. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. It's capitalized. It's not a word, it's a name. He stares at the pale girl with a hideous expression. That doesn't narrow it down at all.
もうよい。戯れはここまでじゃ。お主の体はいるが心になど用はない。アインツベルンの聖杯、このマキリ造剣がもらい受ける。
Again, fucking ew, you're gross. The old man's shadow creeps along the ground. As if in response, the worrying pressure that had been hanging over the girl increases. The dark giant moves out without waiting for his master's command. Her voice doesn't reach him. Kicking up a violent tempest, the dark giant storms in to mow down the encroaching shadow. I hear the sound of wind. The thing running through the forest and making the tree shake creates a familiar sounding wind. The tremors gradually grow stronger. We're nearing the source. We're nearing their source. It's probably just beyond the forest. We're almost upon it. Just beyond this dense, overlapping wall of trees, a battle of epic proportions is happening. I skid to a halt. Right before I come to a clearing, I stop as fast as I can and hide. Tasaka takes cover behind a tree too, and we behold the disastrous spectacle in the clearing. The clearing is literally a battlefield. 3 servants are clashing weapons. One is Berserker, the Dark Giant. The second is the White Skull Masked Assassin. And the third is... Tosaka's voice is shaking. I can't quite hear it. She's whispering right next to me, but the words don't enter my brain. The third servant. It's my first time seeing the third combatant clad in black plate armor and visor. At the same time, it immediately calls to mind someone I know well. The Dark Giant raises a war cry. He cleaves through the air with enough force to split a mountain, making the earth explode. The third combatant doesn't shy away from the flying rock and gravel. The black armored servant breezes past Berserker's greatsword and earth and assault, as if it's the source of this raging, as if it's the source of this raging wind. The roars of anguish belong to the giant. He possesses a steel body that renders all attacks ineffective. That black swordsman easily slices it open. The sword paints Berserker's flank in black and inky light, threatening to swallow him whole. Elia's voice is tearful.
2対1ならばまだしも3対1では指し物大英雄もここまでだろうって。
Zoken must be the one cackling. The two masters, Elia and Zoken, face each other from behind in the protection of their servants. And in front of Zoken is Assassin, who seems to have lost to Berserker. Berserker is in front of Elia, his entire body being corroded by something black. A dark swamp surrounds his feet. The ground isn't made of earth, but some bottomless pit of mud hampering his movements. And on top of that, the black vines from the swamp trap his arms and legs. I know those. They definitely belong to the shadow. But for an instant, I feel like I'm looking at someone I know well. The duel reaches as a new pitch, bring me back to my senses. It's a desperate situation. Berserker is strong. He's fighting the black sword has been evenly, even as the shadow tries to swallow him. But he's at his limit. The black swordsman easily runs forward and slashes Berserker. Even if he is a great even if he is at least even if he's at least as strong as his opponent, Berserker's freedom of movement is stripped away as the fight drags on. Meaning that the scales will only tip further in the swordsman's favor with each passing second.
勝負あったな。あとは任せたぞ、アサシン。これ以上ここによっては巻き添えを食らいかねん。バサーカーが飲まれ次第、アインツベルンの娘を捕らえ戻ってくるがよい。
Zoken blends into the mist. He's departing. He's departing the forest, leaving assassin behind.
よいか。キャツは目につくものならば見境なく飲む。それが魔力の塊ならばなおのことだ。アインツベロンの娘、むざむざ飲まれることのないようにな。
His presence grows faint along with this physical form. Zoken is gone. Only assassin and berserker remain, as well as the black swordsman holding their weapon aloft.
そんなのまさかでも死んじゃう。だからもう逃げてよ、まさか。
Emiya whimpered as in an emotionless gaze. Did he hear it? The dark giant roars and advances. His charge looks like a tornado to me. Berserker kicks his way out of the ground, free of the black shadow that had swallowed him up to the waist, and charges. What he's doing is inconceivable. Not only has he been constricted by the mud at his feet, the shadow also had him entirely bound. He couldn't move. His body was getting eaten by the shadow, meaning Berserker couldn't take a single step. So he decided to tear himself free. With one hand, he grabbed the shadow that latched to his chest and tore it off with a ripping sound. He literally tore his body open and wherever the shadow had grabbed him, exposing his innards. His massive physique is swift. This time, his attack is sure to crush the black swordsman. This will likely be the last blow. With his body ripped apart on the verge of death, he'll make absolutely sure to kill his enemy. And the swordsman answers the assault with their greatest attack. Emiya runs. She starts running desperately towards Berserker, as if she can't see the spreading shadow at his feet. Even if I go, there's nothing I can do. I don't have a chance of winning against the shadow or the swordsman. But still, right now I have to stop Emiya. I run from the cover of the trees. Emiya's running at Berserker. I catch up to her and pull her back. My ears go numb from stress, the fierce howling of the wind and the mad warrior's roars. And the mad warrior's roars buffet me so violently I can't even see. The wind pushes me to the ground. Emiya's still in my arms. My vision's gone white, and I can't even stand. No, I can't even remember to stand. My body is hot. Something sleeping deep within Shiro Emiya cries out. I don't know what or why, but I sense his heat resonating with the noble phantasm that was just unleashed. This heat. It's getting as hard to breathe as it is to see. I can't do anything. As long as that sword is burned into my eyes, none of my human functions will be restored. It's like I'm under a spell. My heart was stolen by something I only caught sight of for a brief instant. Even among the numerous noble phantasms, it's an illusion of a different magnitude. A few noble phantasms can't rival this elegant design of fine workmanship. Worksmanship. But his beauty is hardly skin deep. No, the word beautiful would be an insult to the sword. The sword isn't beautiful. The sword isn't beautiful, but earnest and precious. It's an elegant. It's a legend imbued in the hopes and dreams of the people. Neither a relic of myth nor a work of mankind. It is a crystallization crafted from our feelings alone, a sort of pure fantasy, sitting at the apex. My eyesight burns. Black crimson flame as dark as midnight illuminates the sky. Was the pillar of light that cleaved the forest darkness was the pillar of light that cleaved the forest darkness itself? The flames burn slightly, but the air is cold. Maybe it doesn't burn oxygen, but freezes it instead. The darkly lit forest grows colder. A swordsman stands against the backdrop of black flames. I scowl at the sword pointed at me. One of my arms still around Emiya. I can't feel any bloodlust or hostility from the swordsman. I'm afraid of being killed, but at the same time, I clench my jaw in frustration. It's not her. This is someone else. It's not just her lack of malice. She doesn't have any of the nobility she used to. Her helm cracks. It must have been thanks to Berserker's last attack. Even when I see her bare face, I know without a doubt that it's her, no matter how much she's changed. She doesn't reply. Her eyes are now gold and unreadable. They just stare down at me, her fallen foe. Emiya's voice is trembling. Behind Saber, something that looks like the eviscerated corpse of Berserker sinks into the dark shadow. Emiya just watched her servant die in battle. Of course, a young girl like her would be. Of course, a young girl like her would be scared.
Saber.
I shake off the excess emotions. I hold on tight to Emiya and tense my right arm. This isn't the time to be shocked. I'm going to save Emiya. I'll save her and go home. I can't freeze in my tracks here and wait for death. Saber swings her sword. Just as she's about to cut me down while I'm trying to stand up, she instantly changes direction and deflects 3 arrows. Yeah. Lawful evil. Ladies and gentlemen, Saber Alter. The result of Saber being contaminated by a mysterious shadow. What makes her the strongest is not her ability as a swordsman, but the massive amount of magical energy she has due to possessing an element to the dragon species. As a servant who is not supplied with enough magical energy, she could not unleash the same combat power from when she was alive. But in this state, she's able to unleash more destructive power than ever before. In terms of plain attack power, she is the strongest. Magic resistance B. No, riding skill blank. Riding skill is lost. Intuition and B. Ability to sense the course of action. Because she is constantly suppressing her brutality, her intuition is dulled. Her defensive power has improved remarkably due to the black armor and magical energy. While her leadership improves, the morale of soldiers decreases significantly. The Black Aura Sword. Because Excalibur is an amplifier that converts the user's magical energy, the light of Darkened Saber as holy sword is also black. Just as Vivian and Morgan coexist as the fairies of the lake, this holy sword also has both good and evil attributes. Oh, they just removed Saber from the top here and moved her down there.
Archer! 止まるな！イリを連れてさっさと逃げろ！
Swords clash. Archer immediately follows his sniping up with the bladed assault. But it doesn't give me any peace of mind. Saber easily blocks his blindingly fast dual swords. Something's wrong with Archer. I look and see at his feet that his feet are tangled in the shadow too.
無様だな、アーチャー。清純の英霊ではあれの樹海藻には逆らえん。今の貴様はこの森に満ちる怨霊と大差がない。
That ruthless voice definitely belongs to Saber. She nonchalantly steps on the shadow and effortlessly sends Archer flying into the woods behind them. Even if the shadow was slowing him down, she cut through both his swords his sword's guard without even trying. Then she does it again. Saber faces me silently. Those eyes. They declare she'll kill me unless I hand over Emiya. Emiya lets go of my arm. The gesture seems to say it's okay to hand her over. It flips a switch inside me. I push Emiya back and take hold of my wooden sword with my now free left hand. I take a Saigon stance. If Saber comes for us, I'll use all the strength and magical energy I have to strike back. I mean, it's like throwing a pebble at a tank, but okay. That's all I can do now. I have nothing to say to Saber. I can't apologize, nor can I ask her to come back to me. She isn't speaking to me. So that isn't something I should say to her. Saber is my enemy now. The only way I can respond is to fight as hard as I can. I tighten my arm. I won't try for a mutual kill. Saber personally told me that that isn't an effective tactic. An attack that risks your own life only works when you're evenly matched with your opponent. I can't hope to achieve that against Saber. So I'm going to try one attack. Now that her helmet is broken, I should be able to do some damage if I go for the head. It will take everything I have. I'll defeat my enemy and survive. Unless I imagine myself fully committed to this, I don't have a chance against her. Here she comes. Dodge, 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 dodge. Who cares if it looks bad? Who cares if I have to crawl in the mud? If I can't dodge the first attack, then forget protecting Emiya. I'm dead. I sparred rashly with Saber enough times to know that she won this bout. Her downstroke streaks like a diving falcon from my upper left, even though it looks like a sideswipe here. It's a slash precise enough to cut a grain of rice, coming for Shiro Emiya's head. But my head stays attached. Saber's sword stops just shy of my neck. What happened? Then she wordlessly lowers her sword and turns away. Don't tell me she stopped her sword because of that. The black swamp spreading across the ground. That shadow is trying to crawl out of it. Hi! There's no doubt. It's that unknown being, that clump of curses that I saw before in the park.
私の役目は済んだ。あとは貴公に任せる。
ありがたい。たやすい仕事だ。マジュヌーンに敗れた失点を取り返せる。
Manchanan. I'm guessing that's from. I'm guessing that's language from his country. Saber walks deeper into the black swamp, and then she sinks into the shadow with a bubbling noise, just like Berserker. I watch until she's gone. I have no way of knowing why she's still in this world, or why she's on their side now. If she's my enemy, then I have to fight her. That's what war is. But still, I can't help but think if I had been stronger that night, she might never have been warped into that dark version of herself. Tosaka's voice pulls me back to reality. Right now we're facing the creeping black shadow and the assassin with the skull mask is locked into a smile. I take Ilia's hand and run. Ilia gives the swamp that swallowed Berserker one last sad glance and holds in her tears as she starts to run. I run through the forest. I'm following Tosaka's back. I can sense its assassin chasing us through the trees. Tosaka would have gotten far ahead of us by now, but she slows down and turns back. She must be worried. I know the enemy is right behind me, but I can't do anything about it. My pursuer is assassin. How am I supposed to shake him off with Ilia in tow? A sinister voice growls in my ear. I look to the side and see the face in the skull mask, smirking and licking a dagger. The white skull is blown away. Assassin was running next to us until someone kicked him in the stomach. Archer doesn't stop as he says it. Archer is looking at Assassin, and then something else Archer's looking at Assassin and something else approaching from behind him. It's catching up. The shadow is corroding the ground and itself as it catches up to us. Archer slightly slows and falls behind us. For an instant, just before he leaves, he looked at Ilia with a terribly sorry expression. We leave the melee. We leave the melee behind and escape the forest. The clash behind us continues between assassin, our pursuer, and archer. There to head him off. Assassin is forced back repeatedly, unable to go on the offensive. He clashes as evenly with archer. Each dagger assassin throws at me whenever he spots an opening is shot down, leaving him clearly frustrated. But that isn't because he's weak. Archer intercepts dozens of thrown daggers. He does it with vigor unlike anything he's shown thus far. Archer has the advantage. I don't know why, but right now he's fighting with demonic frenzy. Assassin desperately parries a shot, retreating. Archer retorts.
知れたこと。私は他の連中のように真っ当な英雄ではない。清純ではない英霊ならば、あの泥と同意。すまん。
Archer steps back.
お前ほどではないが、この身もいびつな英霊ということだ。
Archer steps back, perhaps sensing an opportunity. And brings the sword down on the white mask. The black road scrambles widely. Assassin flees, clutching his slashed face. It isn't a temporary withdrawal, but a flight for his life. The Black Road servant escapes Archer and disappears into the wooded gloom.
これで追いつかれる心配もなくなった。ご苦労様、アーチャー。疲れたでしょ？しばらく休んでいいから霊体に戻っていて。
Tosaka congratulates them with palpable relief. Behind her, it boils up as if it was born in the shade of the trees.
何？
She turns around. Simultaneously, the shadow's black tentacles reach out. I won't make it in time. I can only watch as the tentacles lance forth to impale Tosaka. But skewer Archer instead, after he pushes her out of the way. Tosaka stares up in shock at Archer. Archer's done. He's still breathing and there isn't much blood. He's been impaled, but if it isn't and through a vital spot, he should be able to regenerate from it. Still, I know that he can't fight anymore. That thing kills servants. No matter how powerful a heroic servant is, it can't beat the shadow because it's a summoned servant. I just know that somehow.
アーチャー、何してんのよ。
Does Tosaka sense it too? She calls out to Archer in a trembling voice, climbing to her unsteady feet, into her unsteady feet, but Archer's harsh rebuke stops her in her tracks. The shadow pulsates. The forest will die. All the surrounding mana is being sucked up into the shadow. Stupidly, I think that it reminds me of a water balloon. the balloon is engorged and still filling. An unsavory premonition and of it bursting and exploding its contents all over it splashes through my mind. We're going to be caught in it. We'll be completely swallowed by it here. Archer pulls out the tentacle skewering his body and runs at Tosaka. Then I'll... I think this is another... I think this might be another... another bad end thing. Yeah. This is another bad end opportunity. We protect Emiya. I'll protect Emiya. I can't protect two people at once. Tosaka has Archer, but Emiya has nobody else. So I have to protect her, in Berserker's place. I tackle her to the ground. Just as I cover her with my body, my sight and spirit are dyed jet black. It's hot. I feel like my body's about to be blown away. A wave of compressed magical energy erupts into a tempest that violates the whole forest. Nothing. My vision is all black. It's so dark, even though I can see it. Though I can see clearly, I must have fallen into a black sun. I have no self, no body. It must have been melting. It must have been melted by the sun. I have no body. The complete sensory loss is more revolting than any pain. But that's a problem. I can't protect Emiya without my body. The blackened shadow will try to take Emiya away. I use my right arm to resist as best I can. I hug Emiya with my right arm and hold on to the ground. That's when I finally realize it. I do have a body after all. I can't protect Emiya without a body. Wow, I'm being so dramatic. I'm only missing everything from my left shoulder. It's all gone. My body is still here. I'm still here. But so is the feeling of loss. It's not like every part of me got wiped out, but I still feel a deep sense of loss. For some reason that isn't voiced. As if I really have lost my whole body. I'm disappearing. The shadow melts away without a trace, as if it's expanded all its power. Emiya's safe. I don't know what she's saying. Maybe my ears are ringing. Tosaka, I wonder how she's doing. Archer is there. His red cloak is soaked in blood, and he looked so weak, like he's about to disappear. That's weird. What's she doing here?
正気ですか? そんなことをすればあなたは
考えるまでもない。何もしなければ消えるのは2人だが、移植すれば確実に1人は助かる。どのみちこの体は限界だ。このまま消えるというのなら、これをくれてやったところで変わるまい。
Archer's talking to Ryder. I wonder what's happening. In the end, he...
通常ならば死ぬ。 人の身に霊体をつなげては助からない。だが俺とその男は特例だ。リンが目を覚ましたらうまく処置をしてくれるだろう。
Just when he lovingly touches Tosaka's hair. Everything's growing dark. The black sun is gone. So this must be my mind sinking into the dark.
ここまでか。達者でな、遠坂。
Archer says a goodbye in a voice that sounds just like mine. Interlude 10-3. The shadow shudders. The red night is drenched in blood. Tosaka is sitting on the ground in shock. 5 meters away from them stands a silver-haired girl holding hands with Shiro and Emiya. The shadow shudders. It shrinks like a withered tree, then expands like a pufferfish. No, its venomous nature resembles a more wicked deep sea creature. It keeps swelling, growing shamelessly and endlessly until it covers the entire forest in deep black. In an instant, the Red Knight dies protecting Rin Tosaka, and Shiro Emiya is saved by sheer luck. He was fortunate to have that the forest terrain is filled with crags and valleys. Shiro Emiya evaded the shadow in a ditch, but his exposed left arm was not so lucky. She awakens from a dream. It's been half a day since she sent Ryder to protect Shiro. Sakura has been sharing her servant's perception so that she could keep an eye on things from the Emiya house. The shocking scene jolted her back to reality. She feels nauseous. She's hit by the vertigo of suddenly severing her senses from that of her servant. Her sleeping body is covered in sweat, and she even tries to breathe. And if she even tries to breathe, she suddenly... The contents of her stomach rise from her throat. She runs to the changing room. Clinging to the sink, she covers her mouth with her hand, not breathing. She can't contain the bile in her chest, and it spills out. Her shoulders heave up and down. Her long hair sways like a curtain, concealing her face from the mirror. She recalls the nightmare with horror. Those images were real. Shiro Emiya protected the silver-haired girl, and the shadow swallowed his arm. It was devoured down to its socket. Sakura berates herself as if she thought something she shouldn't have. She feels both chills and a strange sense of exultation, and can't quite process what happened or what she should do next. All she knows for sure is that she hates herself. Before, she had a similar invasive thought. If she injured Shiro so that he couldn't go outside, then he wouldn't be in danger anymore. Yes, it was wrong. It wouldn't solve anything. How fickle of her to wish that he'd get hurt enough not to go outside. And now she'd hurt Emiya in a way that had nothing to do with her wish. His life is in danger. Never mind his ability to leave the house. Both of these things actually happened. That was what it really meant to hurt him. How could she have wished for something so awful? The nausea won't go away. She's already vomiting everything in her stomach, but the retching won't stop. Blood and bile. It's almost as if the mangling pain in her stomach and the searing in her throat are meant to punish her, she thinks to herself. Several dozen minutes pass. After running out of even in her stomach bile, the nausea passes, and she finally regains her composure. She pants roughly. Her shoulders heave, her breathing ragged. She grips the sink in both hands, trying to catch her breath like she just finished running a marathon. Her honest feelings slip out in a rapturous tone. It's a short whisper. Disheveled and winded, she looks up. The image of her in the mirror is weighed down by guilt. She looks downcast and worried for Emiya's welfare. She sincerely and earnestly wishes for his safety. The mirror reflects her crooked grin. Okay, so before we resume, I'm going to have to take a minute to say something here. So, on a forum for Mirror Moon, a site that of people that were like doing translation patches for the original Fate Stay Night. And after finishing the Unlimited Blade Works route, I said that I mentioned that I gained a little bit of respect for Shiro, for showing that he can in fact change. And then someone there replied that the one he effectively lost respect for was Sakura. And from what I've seen, there's a lot of hate for Sakura among the Fate community. I don't know exactly how much, but there are a lot of people who absolutely hate Sakura, and I think mostly because of this. So I do have to address this. Up. She hasn't grown up in a healthy environment. She grew up in an abusive household that experimented on her, making her life effectively a living hell. The fact that she's not openly a vile person is astounding. So what we're seeing here isn't really the true Sakura, but another side of Sakura. If you remember at the beginning of when we were on the path to this route, she said that she saw Shiro that she saw Shiro doing the pole vault thing like Rin did, and then she wished he would fail. This isn't her being a vile person, and this is like, God damn it, this is her dark thoughts of secretly wishing the world that is hurting her so much would burn. It's not something I agree with, but it's something I understand and sympathize with. So, yeah. Just like, keep in mind that she is a victim of abuse. She is a victim of assault. She's known that all her life. And while that doesn't necessarily give you carte blanche to be a bad person, it's understandable if you start having thoughts like that. It's just, hopefully you can actually be a better person. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, it's hot. I'm trapped in a steamy stone room. The heat seeping in from my shoulder joint and is like thousands of microscopic bugs eating my cells. My shoulder, it's like countless bugs are gathering around the wound I can't see. It's hot. My body burns from within. This is more like a frying pan and with the lid on than a sauna. There's a sizzling sound, and if I relax, I might find myself burned black. It's hot. The heat melts my mind, not my body. Oozing, roaring. The heat spreads fiercely and cautiously, burning and rewriting my genes. Will this nightmare finally end? It's hot. The open hole is covered to stop the bugs from escaping. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot, 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 hot. The hole in my is my shoulder. Bugs barge into my body through that entrance. The entrance. The hole they should leave through is blocked by flesh that isn't my own. I'm changing. Something unknown is changing me. It's coming in. Knowledge I shouldn't have enters my brain. His combat experience and knowledge. His noble phantasm. Not those short swords. Pancho and Bakuya. He was a blacksmith heroic spirit who favored the sword is also forged by a famous blacksmith. So he forged them too. He could reproduce anything he saw and understood. No, it wasn't reproduction, but projection. A unique type of magecraft that recreates the caster's imagined principle of creation. The heat burning my heart demands that I master it. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. I can't let this inside me. I don't know projection. I haven't reached that level yet. This shortcut is definitely going to destroy my body. I already have my hands full of just being myself. I can't remember all the other stuff he's showing me, much less master it. I'm not strong enough to do it. You and I are complete strangers with nothing in common. So there's no way. This will take. No, even if it does, I couldn't possibly endure it. I can't lose track of time. I can't get out of order. Even if you help me, I don't have the skill to handle it. My consciousness slowly returns. I'm in an unfamiliar room, lying on an unfamiliar bed. I sit up. I think I saw Saber in the forest, ran away with Tosaka, and then I took Emiya and we lock eyes. Emiya's right next to the bed, staring at me with wide eyes. I sigh in relief. I don't know what's going on yet, but I'm really happy that Emiya is all right. Emiya dives into my arms. Emiya keeps repeating that over and over as she buries her face in my chest. Well, she's got me. I really have no idea what's going on, but if she's crying this much, then I'll just have to stay still and let her. Before I can finish my question, I feel like a long blade is driven into my body. I'm unable to bear the pain. My right hand is scratching at my chest. I don't understand. I don't really understand, but I want the pain to stop. I calm my heart rate. Once I close my eyes and meditate, and I immediately sense what's wrong. If I know the source of the pain, the foreign element, then I can slightly control the pain. I just need to build a barrier to prevent the alien parts from mixing with my own body. Emiya seems to know where the pain is coming from. I look down at myself and notice that I'm wearing a hospital gown. No, it's more like a bunch of belts than a gown. The fact that I can move my right arm is proof enough. Everything else is fixed tightly in place. The fact that I can only move my right arm is proof enough. Everything else is fixed tightly in place. I can't even change my own clothes like this. She looks away uncomfortably.
そこからの説明は私がしよう。エミヤシロ。
And then, someone appeared who I didn't really want to see.
あちらも持ち直した。こちらは事後説明だけだからな。用がなければ退出したまえ。
どうだか。私はシローと一緒に外に出るの。あなたが本当に何もしないのなら、私がここにいても問題はないでしょ。
Yeah, tell him, Emiya.
なるほど。確かに問題はないな。だが説明は簡潔に済ませたい。邪魔をしないというのなら、隅でおとなしく座っている。
そうね。じゃあ、そうさせてもらうわ。
Emiya walks by Kotamina and leans against the wall.
さて、状況説明の前に、先ほどの疑問に答えておこう。あまり驚くなよ、エミヤシロ。
Kotamina reaches out. The priest undoes the belt, exposing my skin. My arm doesn't belong. This arm doesn't belong to Shiro Emiya. Yet, ironically, it does. I can tell even under all the cloth it's wrapped in. The thing serving as my left arm came from somewhere else. It's something alien that defies the law of nature, that it should never be attached to me.
アーチャーの左腕だ。アーチャー本人の意志を尊重し、彼の遺体からお前に移植した。
アーチャーの意志を尊重。いや、それより遺体って、あいつは。
移植が済んだ後消滅した。ここに運ばれた時点で死に体だったのだが、よくも終わるまで持ったものだ。アーチャーの持つ特殊技能ゆえだろうがな。
Archer's gone. That means the only servants left are Zoken's assassin, Sakura's rider, and... No. She's changed so much that I don't think he can call her a servant anymore.
アーチャーは消えたんだろう。なら、あいつの腕が残っているのはおかしくないか。
移植が終わる前に消滅したのなら、その左腕も消えていただろう。だがお前のそれは、アーチャーが現世にとどまっているうちに切り離し、お前の体に植え付けたものだ。エミヤシローの魔術回路とつなげ、お前自身の魔力で現世に受肉させている英霊の肉。その手術がなった時点で、それはお前の肉体となった。その後ならば、アーチャーが消えようと左腕は残る。
じゃあ本当に、これはあいつの腕なのか。
そうだ。あのままではお前もアーチャーも長くはなかった。アーチャーはこの世にとどまる霊格を壊されており、お前も半死半生の手負いで、傷口より生命活動に必要な中身を損ねていた。幸い、アーチャーの体に傷は少なかったからな。彼はお前に唯一無事な肉体を提供することで、死にゆくお前を生かしたのだ。
The half of me that was swallowed up by the shadow, the heat that invaded my arm, and his left, and this left arm that obviously belongs to someone else. Everything tells me that those events really happened. I collapsed in the forest. Then Archer saved my life.
けど、サーバントの体を人間に移植するなんて、できるのか。
つなげるだけならできなくもないわ。霊媒の意志は肉体ではなく魂を癒すものだって言うし、そこの神父は見かけによらず本物だったっていうことね。
世辞は受け取るが、そう手放しで喜べることではない。異なる霊体同士の接合は禁呪と呼ばれる。なぜなら行ったところで絶対に失敗するからだ。霊体、魂の蘇生、復元は魔術では扱えない神秘である。故に今回も形だけ成功した後でショック死すると思ったのだが、
シローとアーチャーは特別よ。私もさっき分かった。この二人ならつながりさえすれば持ち直すって。
Ilya avoids meeting my eyes, looking sad somehow.
ほう。ま、その理由は知らん。私にわかるのは、お前たちの相性が良かったということだけだ。手術を始めた時は驚いたぞ。双子でもここまで瓜二つではなかろうとな。
It's almost as if you are the same person. I try putting strength into my left arm to confirm Kodamina's words. I can't feel anything. There's no pain. It just feels like dead weight. I can't move it no matter what I do. It's like an arm gone numb from lack of blood flow. The sensation of having an attached arm I can't move causes mental fear rather than physical pain. My left arm is just a lump of iron now. Maybe this is what being a Tin Man would feel like.
全く動かない。これで手術は成功したのか？
無茶を言うな。つなげたばかりではそれが限界だ。数日経てば馴染む。先ほども言ったが、お前たちの相性は実にいい。この分であれば、通常の生活をこなせるほどには回復しよう。だが注意しろ。私が言っているのは、あくまで回路が合うというだけの話だ。いかに相性が良かろうが、それは人間では扱えぬ英霊の腕。いや、腕というよりは兵器だな。強力ではあるが、使えばお前とて巻き込まれよう。
それは自滅するってことか？
無論だ。人間であるエミヤ四郎がアーチャーの腕を使えば、肉体はアーチャーの腕に侵食される。いな、吹き飛ばされるという表現の方が正しいか。霊格としてエミヤ四郎の肉体はアーチャーの腕には到底及ばん。一度でもその腕を使えばアーチャーの魔術回路が起動する。そうなった時、お前の体はアーチャーの魔術行使に耐えられず、内部から崩壊する。いいか、使うたびに寿命が減っていくのではない。その腕を使えば、お前の体に植え付けられた時限爆弾にスイッチが入るのだ。
What the hell? Is he basically saying that if I try to copy what Archer does even once, I'm as good as dead?
じゃあこの布はそのための。
ああ、そのための封印だ。それを巻いている限り、左腕は魔術回路を発現しない。お前が魔術を使おうと、その左腕だけは別のものとして扱われる。だが安心はするなよ。魔術講師をせずとも、生きている限り魔力は肉体に通るものだ。その度に左腕には痛みと、起動しようとする反動が起きるだろう。それを防ぐため、マルティーンの生涯符で左腕を覆っている。 その布を巻いている限り、左腕からの侵食はある程度抑えられるはずだ。
ちょっと待て、ある程度抑えられるって、それじゃ完全には。
抑えられん。そうだな。アーチャーの腕を使おうと使うまいと、長生きがしたいのなら腕と拮抗するほどの魔術師に成長しろ。そうなれば正外符を巻かずとも左腕の封印はできる。抑えられん。そうだな。アーチャーの腕を使おうと使うまいと、結局はその腕に侵食される。何？私の見立てでは左腕に食いつぶされるまでにあと10年。それだけの猶予があるのだ。一人前になって左腕を御するか、慣れずに自滅するか、そう急な話ではあるまい。
Hardly urgent. Someone just grafted this thing onto me, and I wasn't even looking. But there's no use whining now. I would have died in that forest. Archer's arm transplant saved my life, so I would be making light of his sacrifice if I complained.
とりあえず礼は言っとく。また世話になった琴峰神父。できれば4度目がないよう祈っててくれ。
減らず口が言えるのなら心配はいらぬな。では外に出ろ。礼拝堂でリンが待っている。
Run! I've got evil. Run along! I've got evil schemes to do. No, I'm not thinking of. I'm not working on anything bad right now. I'm doing totally priestly things. Totally priestly things. There are no screaming victims in the basement. I am not a crook. Kotamine heads for the exit. I get down from the bed and put on the clothes someone left for me. My left arm can't move, so I just slip on a coat.
よし、気を配ってれば痛まないな。イリア、行こう。
行く。
When we go outside, we're in the church's central garden. The sky is dark. It's already nighttime.
言い忘れていたが、その正外符は解こうと思えば簡単に解ける。選択肢は常にお前にある。アーチャーの力を使うのは自由だが、使えば命の保証はせん。それを踏まえた上でせいぜいうまく立ち回れ。
When we enter the chapel, Tosak is glaring at me. I don't even remember her ever glaring at me like this before, but I'm relieved that she's safe.
さて、これで全員治療は済んだ。エミヤシローはアーチャーの左腕を移植され、リンは毒素を洗浄された。何かこれ以上の要求はあるか？
あるわけないでしょ。これ以上あんたに借りを作ったら、それこそ命を担保にされかねないじゃない。
You have no idea.
そうか。ではこれで解散ということになるが、一応監督役として聞いておこう。これからどうするつもりだ、リン。ことがこうなってしまっては、聖杯戦争も破綻している。
Can we turn it off and on again?
残されたマスターがこうも揃ってサーバントがいない状態では、もはや勝敗はついただろう。
Tosaka goes quiet for a moment. As Kotamine says, the war's victor is almost decided. The only masters left with servants are Zoken and Sakura. Normally, the last survivors would fight, but Sakura can't disobey Zoken. Even in that sense, he's already won.
マトウ造剣としては、マトウサクラを取り戻すか始末するかのどちらかだろう。これを防ぐのは難しく、お前たちには防ぐ義務もない。何しろマトウ造剣を倒したところで、お前たちに益はないからな。
へえ、サーバントがいないマスターは聖杯を手に入れられないってやつ？
そうだ。故に戦う意味はなく、これ以上の戦闘は無意味だ。このままおとなしく屋敷に立てこもり、聖杯戦争の終わりを待つのが正しい選択だろ
ご忠告どうも。けど降りないわよ、私。
驚いたな。聖杯を諦めきれないということか。
当然よ。サーバントがいなくなっても私はまだマスターだもの。一人になったから戦いを降りるだろうなんて勝手に決めつけないでよね。
ほう、そうか。確かにそうだな。サーバントを失ってものこのこ七に赴いた者もいる。そう簡単に白旗はあげられないか。
白は関係ないわよ。いい？これはあくまで私の判断。私はまだ諦めてないし、造剣を勝利者にさせる気もない。それじゃあどっちにしたってあの子が助からないんだから。
遠坂。
I blink at her in surprise.
何よ嬉しそうな顔して。言っとくけど、あんたの真似をしたわけじゃないからね。私は賞賛があるからまだ降りないの。あなたみたいに勝ち目もないのに残るわけじゃないんだから。
バカ。
そうだろうな。遠坂のことだからそうじゃないかって思ってる。
なんかそれはそれで引っかかるけど、分かってるのならいいわ。
Tosaka turns away with a huff. She isn't saying that she won't give up the Holy Grail to Zoken out of a sense of morality. If Zoken wins, then then we can't save Sakura. If we want to save Sakura, then either Sakura has to win the Holy Grail, or someone willing to help her. Tosaka is saying that if someone is going to win, then it should be her her or Sakura. That's the only reason she needs to fight That's the only reason she needs to fight Zoken. Tosaka can't actually obtain the Holy Grail anymore, but she still wants to help her little sister.
ではお前はどうだ、エミヤシロ。リンと同様、まだ聖杯を諦めないというのか。
戦いはやめない。俺だって目的はある。このまま造剣の好きにはさせない。
そうか。戦うというのなら止めはせん。絶望的な戦力差だが、マトウ造剣は小物だからな。何らかの策はあるだろう。
Our eyes meet. Methods, huh? I can't see any way to do it alone, but with Tosaka, we might just find a way to defeat Zoken. The conversation ends. With our treatment complete, Kotomine states that he has no reason to shelter former masters who don't even want protection, and asks us to leave.
言われなくても出ていくけど。なあ、イリアは行くところあるのか？
城はまだあるし、セラもリズも呼べば出てくるから帰る場所はあるけど。どうしてそんなこと聞くの？城。
いや、一人じゃ危ないだろ。イリアさえ良ければ俺の家にいてもらいたいんだ。その方が何かと便利だと思うし。
いいけど行かない。シロのとこにはあの女がいるもの。
Huh? Huh. What an odd thing to say. Hmm? I looked at Tosaka for answers, unsure what Emiya meant by that. Oh, she's giving me a look that says not to drag her into this.
ほう。的さくらを選んだのか、エミヤシロ。
琴峰？
イリアスフィールは私が預かっても構わないが、このまま城に戻しては造剣にさらわれるだけだからな。
Yeah, I'm sure you would like Ilya here at your convenience. You don't have any plans for her that you've almost enacted in 2 different timelines.
お断りだ。イリアは俺が引き取る。
Thank you, Shiro.
お断りよ。イリアは私が借りるんだから。
Also a good option. I am not against Tosa. I'm not against Rin taking care of Ilya.
お断りするわ。私、自分の居場所は自分で決められるもの。
それは残念だ。では、イリアスフィールは遠坂の屋敷に滞在するのだな。
バカ言わないで。アインツベルンのマスターは遠坂の家になんて行かないんだから。あ、そう。じゃああんたどこに行くのよ。シロのところも嫌だ。教会もお断り。私の家もダメだって言うなら、もう城に帰るしかないわよ。わかってるわ。元からあそこが私の工房なんだから、他のマスターの世話になんてならない。バーサーカーがいなくたって私は一人でやってくんだから。あら、やっぱりそうなんだ。一度殺しかけたシローに助けられたくせに恩も感じずにお城に戻るわけね。
She's letting the gremlin out again.
聞いた？エミヤくん。あれだけ助けてあげたのに嫌われたものね。この子、あなたの家なんて狭苦しくてごめんだって言ってるわよ。何言うのより。私そんなこと一言も。言ってるじゃない。エミヤくんの家に行かないのはエミヤくんが頼りにならないからでしょ。だから安心できる自分の城に戻るって言ってるんじゃない。それはそうだけど私が城に戻るのはシローから離れないといけないからで。え？はあ、そうなんだ。頼りになるならないの前にそもそもエミヤくんが嫌いだったわけね。なんだ、そういうことは早めに言ってよ。
Tosaka ruthlessly prods Zelia. This is bad. I start to worry that this might turn into a fight that only can be settled with blood when...
そんなことない。私、シローが嫌だなんて言ってないもん。私が嫌なのは。だってさ、大人気ね、エミヤくん。そんなことない。私、シローが嫌だなんて言ってないもん。私が嫌なのはもっと別のことなんだから。
Tosaka snickers quietly. While Ilya glares at her with frustration. So whose house is Ilya going to? In the end, we decided that Ilya would come to my house. Tosaka and Emiya leave the chapel arguing. You could say they actually get along pretty well. The conversation is over. It's our problem from here on out, and I have nothing else to discuss with the priest. I start to leave the chapel, following Tosaka. When behind me I hear,
忘れるな、エミヤシロ。お前は戦える体ではない。
a warning from the priest, which I've come to expect by now.
そんなことあるもんか。左腕が使えないだけの話だ。俺はまだ戦える。
そうか。ところで麻藤さくらの体調はどうだ？
さくらの体調？
I'm a little surprised. I thought he'd say something more spiteful. So why is he asking about how Sakura is feeling?
どんな風の吹き回しだよ。今さらあんたがさくらの心配をして何になる？
分かっていないな。私はお前の体の話をしているのだ。いいかね、エミヤシロ。お前も危うい体だが、麻藤さくらはさらに危うい爆弾を抱えている。お前は戦わなければ無事だが、麻藤さくらは刻一刻と崩壊している。だからこそお前は戦いをやめられない。それが自らの死期を早めると承知した上で。麻藤さくらを救うというのなら、エミヤシロウは戦わざるを得ない。だが今のお前には戦いそのものが自殺行為に等しい愚行だ。故に麻藤さくらを救うということは自分を殺すということだと理解しているな。
それがどうした？そんなのもお前の知ったことじゃないだろう。
I decided that I'd save Sakura. That oath hasn't changed, no matter what happens to my body.
そうか。命を捧げるほどの献身は美しいがな。あの娘はお前にとって果たしてそれだけの価値があるのかどうか。
なんだと。
最後の忠告だ、エミヤシロ。生かすということは欲望を満たすということ。麻藤さくらを生かしたいというのなら、それを最後まで忘れぬことだ。
I go outside. Tosaka and Emiya are waiting in the courtyard. Emiya is gazing up at the sky, looking a little chilly. Meanwhile, Tosaka is staring at me, and I can tell she's about to complain.
遅い。綺麗と何話してたのよ、シロ。
いや、何って、いつもの皮肉だけど。
More importantly, there's something I'm curious about. Should I ask? Tosaka, are you just going to use my first name now?
まあいいわ。時間もないし、回りくどいことはやめにしてあげる。ことは深刻だし、別々にやっても勝ち目は薄いし。尺だけど、昨日のことは水に流してあげるから感謝なさい。
Tosaka makes a haughty expression and then says something even more patronizing. She's hard to understand, but if I were to get set at the point she's making,
それってつまり。
そうよ。協力してあげてもいいって言ってるの。だいたいね、あなただけじゃ心もとないでしょ。造剣を倒すって目的は一緒なんだし、それまで手を組んであげてもいいってこと。
she goes on, giving me a dissatisfied look. Finally, a light bulb goes off in my head. The sudden proposal is the best that could happen to me right now.
ああ、ありがとう。恩に切れとうさか。お前がいてくれるなら、これ以上の助けはない。
I shake her hand vigorously. Seriously, what's wrong with me? I know I'm being silly right now, but I'm so happy that I can't help myself. Tosaka backs away in a hurry. Also, she's been staring at my left arm.
その前に一つ聞くけど、あなた、その腕が誰のものか知ってるわよね。
Hmm? For some reason not voiced. I nod yes, of course. Tosaka pauses, sighing deeply, then...
じゃあシロ、今からあなたは私のサーバントよ。
Oh, that all... Wait, what?
私のサーバントで助かったんだから、それぐらい当然でしょ。
She says something completely outrageous. I don't quite, nope, I don't understand at all. I just jumpstart my brain and into processing what she just said. I try to jumpstart my brain.
何言ってるのよあなた。そんなことで所有権を言い出すなんてバカバカしいにも程があるわ。
Good. Ilya gives her a timely answer.
だいたいリンの言い分は的を外れてるわ。そもそもシロは私のなんだからリンにあげられるわけないじゃない。
Yeah, see, what? I see. She's mad about the wrong thing entirely.
あんたこそ体言吐くじゃない。まさか一度見逃してあげたからシロは自分のものだなんて思ってたの？それだったら私も同じよ。学校でばったり会った時なんて本当に頭にきてどうしてやろうかって暴れる寸前だったんだから。
Okay, I gotta go take a food break. Give me a bit, guys. I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. Oh. Darn it. All right, I'm back, and I've been gone for... 16 minutes, pretty much on the dot.
「そんなのリンが大人げないだけよ。私は毎日見逃してあげてたんだから、シロの命は私のに決まってるわ。生かすのも殺すのも私なんだから。関係ないリンは引っ込んでて。関係ないですって。甘く見ないでよね。関係なくてここまで関われるかっていうの。アーチャーのやつが頼むって言ったんだから責任持って生き残らせるわよ。
I can practically hear their teeth gnashing as they glare daggers at each other. I wait for the argument to conclude, my frown deepening by the second. Well, I can tell that no matter who wins, and it's going to give me a headache. Just when I thought that the argument was going nowhere, they both decide to turn the last choice over to me.
どっちかって何が？
だからどっちのサーバントかっていうことよ。シロの答えをまだ聞いてなかったし、ここではっきりさせた方がいいでしょ。そうね。シロが嫌がってるのに気がついてないし。 リンにははっきり言わないとダメみたい。ほら、言ってあげてシロ。 シロンは私のものでいいんだよね。
It isn't even worth considering. The person who has the right to order me around is... And yeah, this does sort of play into a way a bad ending, I think. But that one's also relegated to a choice. So we just get so we're just going for points here. Emiya.
いやかな。
I just say the first name that comes to mind.
シロったら過保物め。
Emiya hugs me tightly. As an older brother figure, I'm more than happy about it. But Tosaka doesn't look amused in the slightest. It's enough to cancel out the joy. No, put me in the negative, actually.
お子様のご機嫌取りをするなんて随分とマメなのね、エミヤくんは。何？もしかして小さい子が好きとかそういう趣味？
To make matters worse, she's back to calling me Emiya. She's giving me a wince-inducing look reserved for the utter dregs of society.
ふふんだ。見苦しいわよ、リン。振られたからって八つ当たりなんてレディーにあるまじき行いだわ。そんなんだからリンはシロに嫌われたのでした。
Hold on a minute.
バカ言わないでよね、このマセガキ。私は世間一般の常識を口にしただけだし、第一、誰が誰に振られたっていうのよ。
Tosaka roars like a tiger. Emiya giggles and hugs me tighter.
ほら、リンって怖いでしょ、シロ。けど安心して、リンが何かしてきたら、これからは私が守ってあげるから。
Emiya beams. I'm happy to see that. Twice as happy as a moment ago, actually. But now I'm getting a look so cold and judgmental, I can't possibly defend myself against it. So can we move on?
なんだよ。なんか文句があるなら言えよ。
別に、エミヤくんがどんな趣味してようと、私には関係ないもの。文句はあるけど口にしないわ。それより、なんでよ。
She asked me bluntly. However,
いや、なんでって、なんでだろう。
even I'm not really sure why I chose Emiya. It's like it had happened on instinct.
あきれた。何？本当にそっちの趣味なの？あなた。
わけあるか、バカ者。さっきのはなんとなくそう思ったから口にしただけというか、俺はイリアの保護者になったんだからイリアを取るのは当然だ。文句あるか。
Arg, the man doth protest too much. He thinks.
シロは私のサーバントだもんね。
Tosaka looks exasperated while Emiya is jumping for joy.
開き直ったわね。まあそこまで言うなら認めてあげてもいいけど、さくらも大変ね。
I'm curious. I'm extremely curious what choice Tosaka thinks I'm making.
けど忘れないで。たとえ使わなくても、シロの腕は私の腕よ。あなたにはアーチャーの代わりをする義務がある。その体はもうあなた一人のものじゃない。
She's right. Tosaka's lost Archer. The Archer's arm, and Archer's arm saved my life. Tosaka lost Archer, and Archer's arm saved my life. That means I have to help her in his stead.
そうだな。サーバント云々は置いておくとして、今後の方針は遠坂に一任する。俺の考えじゃ限界があるし、遠坂が知恵を出してくれるならその方が確実だ。
そういうことよ。私が考える役でシローは実行する役。私たちは運命共同体なんだから、今後はしっかり働いてもらうわ。
I got a feeling I'm gonna regret this. That's right. No matter what our history is, I have a new left arm thanks to Archer. If he passed on while he still had his pact with Tosaka, then it is wrong for me to inherit the promise he couldn't keep to her. Then it isn't wrong.
じゃあ一旦ここでお別れね。家に戻って荷物を持ってくるから、シローは先に行ってて。
荷物を持ってくるって、もしかして遠坂うちに来る気か。
当たり前でしょ。これから共同戦線を張るんだから、一緒にいなくてどうするのよ。うちはイリアが嫌がるし、そっちにはサクラもいるし、どう考えても本拠地はあなたの家でしょ。
As crappy a base of operations as it is.
そっか。言われてみればそうだよな。
まったく、牢に入ってると思ったらなんか抜けてるし、ちょっと選択誤ったかな。
Tosaka sighs dramatically and heads down the opposite path.
イリア、うちはこっちだぞ。なんだって遠坂についていくんだ。
ちょっとね。リンゴ手を貸してほしいって言うから助けてあげるの。終わったらすぐ行くから、シローは先に帰っていて。
Ilia's going to help Tosaka?
遠坂、本当か？
本当よ。ことがことだから、こっちも秘密兵器の一つや二つは必要でしょ。私だけじゃ開かない蓋も、アインツベルンの魔術師となら開くかもしれない。けど、できれば見つけたくない。遠坂の遺産、騎手話の置き土産が想像通りのものなら、私だけじゃどうにもならないから。じゃあ、私も行くね。騎手話の遺産になんて興味はないけど、ゼルシュバインオーグの使ってた宝箱は綺麗そうだし。
Ilia pivots and runs after Tosaka, her skirt fluttering. I stand there, confused. I've never heard the name before. Maybe it's famous. It's a famous term that only real mages know. Interlude 10:4. I think at this point we are past where I played originally. So from here on, I'm practically blind. The guests have gone. The chapel returns to its usual silence, and the priest gazes up at the statue. A voice comes from behind him. A young blonde-haired man asks a question in an amused tone, as if he had been lurking nearby the entire time.
構わん。初めから執着があったわけではない。聖杯が彼らにつくのなら止めはしない。
そうだったな。もとより私に望みはない。その言が偽りでないのなら、聖杯を押し止めるのは道理に合わん。
The young man suppresses a laugh. It's as if he's mocking the priest's words, as well as his own choice of free of desire. Of course, the priest really means it. The blonde man simply doesn't understand that the priest has never had desire as in his life at all. In fact, Kirei Kotomine does not need the power of the Holy Grail. All he had is his earnest pursuit. The Holy Grail should respond to his own wishes. It is a wish granter that can only give answers that one approves of, to questions that arise from oneself. What that and what meaning is there in an answer that one wished for?
重ねて問うが、本当に聖杯に興味はないと。
願望期に用はない。それはお前とて同じだろう、ギルガメッシュ。お前の目的も私の目的も、その実自らの願いではない。単にそうした方が楽しいからという快楽追求でしかない。そのようなものは食事と同じだ。願いとは自身を叶えるもの。だが自ら願いを叶えては人間は救われん。
The priest keeps looking up at the statue. Beyond it, at a time more than 10 years passed, when he still waited for his wish to come true. He was born to a traveling priest in the year 1967. He was told that his name Kirei was a prayer. His father named him thus, hoping that he would be pure and beautiful. The son grew up as his father hoped. From a young age, he was a surprisingly insightful youth who possessed good morals and wisdom. His father was happy to have been blessed with a worthy successor, and the son understood his father's joy. The son excelled at making his father happy. That was probably why his father valued him so. With that in mind, the boy matured according to his father's ideals. He had no doubts that he could not love his father and was only appeasing his expectations was a separate matter. The boy named Kirei grew up healthy and sound. There was just one problem. He was always confused by what his father called beautiful. He became aware of his discipline of this discrepancy one morning. On that day, he woke up, rose from his bed, and realized. He is not sure why he realized it at that moment. In fact, he was troubled that he had not noticed it sooner. In any case, he realized that he had forgotten something. His father prayed for him to be beautiful and named him Kirei. That was what the boy had always questioned. All the things his father considered beautiful. Not once in his life had he ever felt the same about them. That's all there was to it. He thought moths were beautiful, not butterflies. Poisonous plants, not roses. Evil, not good. Even though he had common sense, believed in morals, and understood that being good was just, the boy was born with a fascination in everything that was the opposite of that. Nobody could understand his agony. Even Kirei himself could not tell whether he was truly in anguish. Still, he tried his best. He continued to seek purity and beauty, values that he never had from the beginning. He flayed his own skin, tore out his muscles, plucked out his bones. Ew! If he lacked it in his heart, then he might be able to find it elsewhere in his body. His father was on a pilgrimage to holy places for over 10 years. He must have walked through enough steps to reach the moon itself. Walked enough steps. He did not seek physical suffering. To begin with, believers like them valued spiritual penance over physical toil. During those precious deeds, the boy stopped eating. According to the morals he was taught and believed in, and if he was born a sinner, then it was only right that he suffer a fitting punishment. This continued for another 10 years. He never found the values that he sought, but arrived at another conclusion in their place. It was nothing impressive. In the end, he realized that he was born without the ability to feel what other humans called happiness. It is considered good and correct for people to be happy. Charity, trust, glory, security. He simply realized that he was born with a defect, an inability to derive joy from such things. He only found delight in the suffering of others, their killing, their love and hate, their downfall. It is only in these negative things that the boy felt happiness. What made him unhappy was the fact that he had such a strong sense of morality in spite of his thinking patterns. Having realized this at a young age, the boy endeavored with all his might to overcome his inability to reconcile his own values with those of the world around him. Instead of accepting himself and living in pursuit of his own pleasure, when he could not find joy in the things other people consider good, he attempted to save himself by making himself more human. He walked the path of fate and began to preach about life like his father did. It was said that God would forgive all. Then, perhaps if someone born with a fatal flaw would be, then perhaps even someone born with a fatal flaw would be saved as well. But only a cruel outcome awaited him. Even though he followed God's teaching, obeyed his laws, and lived a simple life, he never found any pleasure in greater than the suffering of others. Even as he believed in the church's doctrine that forbid any immorality, he felt nothing but corrupt thoughts. Of course, it is not painful for him. He was seeking something that he never had. He had lost nothing in the process, so there was nothing to lament. By the time the priest grew into a man, he was left with only one question: why? Why among all lives he could have lived, did he find joy in sin? If a deviant like him felt affirmed by committing sin and getting drunk on corruption, that would make sense. He stood to benefit from vice. If he hurt others for his own greed and used that profit to reap further gain, that would be logically consistent. And yet, why did he never once face a choice to turn from good to evil? He was born outside the rules and would die cut off from the rest of the world. What did it all mean? Did it mean that he was born broken and destined to inflict harm on the world? All while lecturing about values, comprehending morals, and enforcing justice? He concluded that such evil should not exist. But so what? If such a person could not exist, then why was he born anyway? Yes. If something is flawed from the start, then it need simply not be created. The world hates evil and purges its faults. And yet, something that nobody wished was born, living a life that awaited only exclusion and death. Where is my sin? The man kept asking. What he gained from his long anguish and blind faith was not salvation, only a question. It was not suffering, but a pure riddle, a feeling of anger and no place to go.
ではなぜマスターになどなった？望みがないのであらば聖杯などいらぬだろう。
The man's question snaps him out of his reverie. The priest, Kirei Kotomine, nods in self-mockery.
聖杯はいらなかった。ただその中身に関心があっただけだ。10年前聖杯を求めたのもそれがあろうとしたからだ。聖杯が何であれ生まれ出ようとする者を祝福する。それが私の仕事だからな。
それは生まれてくる者に微塵の関心も持たなくともか？
無論だ。前回の聖杯戦争でさえ私は聖杯にもその中身にも関心はなかった。あの時にあったものは私と正反対の男に対する不快感だけだった。
But the priest thinks he is interested in Kirei Kotomine's conclusion. In the end of a man who can only find happiness in the suffering of others. Zokamato's schemes, the birth of yet another holy grail, the thing called all the evil in the world, created by the people yet unwanted by them. If such a being can truly be conceived, that must be
善悪の所在。殻に詰め込まれながら帰ることのなかったもの。
There are no answers to be found in the Holy Grail. It is a wish granter which gives form to its master's desires. Thus, it cannot grant revelations to someone without any desires. But
答えを出すのではなく、答えを出せるものを聖杯から生み落とすとしたらどうなる？
the young man narrows his eyes. The priest laughs in front of the statue. His smile is like that of a dying woman. To think that this unfeeling man could make such an expression.
答えは近い。仮にこの疑問が神を冒涜するというのなら。
Looking up at the statue, the priest's eyes are not laughing. Then, like an angel descending upon the earth,
神前においてこの前例をかけ我が主さえ問い殺そう。
he gazes off into the distant sky, a curse burning in his eyes. I go up the hill. There's no life in town. It's still only 8 or 9 o'clock. But not only is there no one outside, the town doesn't have the warmth of people living in it. I find myself leaning against a fence. My left arm is burning. Maybe I stop being as tense as tense once I was. Maybe I stopped being as tense and once I was alone, but my left arm's been hurting since I started up the hill.
そりゃそうか。よその腕を無理やりつけてるんだから痛まないはずがない。
I'm having a hard time catching my breath. My heat spreads through my left. The heat spreads through my left arm with each step I take, its temperature slowly rising. Whether it gets too far away from my normal body temperature, whenever it gets too far away from my normal body temperature, fresh pain stabs into my arm from the tip of my shoulder.
痛いのは腕じゃなくてこっち側なわけか。
I rest my back against the wall and take a deep breath. I've more or less gotten used to how the pain works. It's like refrigeration. For whatever reason, my left arm becomes hot whenever I move. Once enough heat builds up in my arm, it gets dumped into my body. This pain comes from the heat burning my body. I have an acute sensation of something foreign being injected, and it feels more like being cut than heated. Every time the red vertigo comes, I feel a long blade stab me in the shoulder, and I almost think I hear a grinding sounds inside my body. To be honest, I'm not sure how much more I can take of this. Berserkers tore my stomach open, and riders caved my rib cage in. Even though I've experienced damage like that before, the thought of my own arm stabbing my body gives me chills.
大丈夫、落ち着け。体温を上げずにおけば、こいつだっておとなしくする。
I look up at the night sky as I steady my breathing. It's already been 20 minutes. Excuse me. It's already been 20 minutes since I parted ways with Tosaka and Emiya. Before, I wouldn't have gotten home on my. I wouldn't have gotten home by now. Before, I would have gotten home by now, but I can't let Sakura see me this winded and sweaty. I should keep my left arm's problems to myself.
琴峰のやつ、何が実生活に支障はない。こいつになれるのは一筋縄じゃいかないぞ。
I press my hand to my left shoulder or against the red cloth wrapping my arm. My left arm can't so much as twitch, and it's as hard as iron. Okay, I'm not sweating anymore, and my breathing is regular. It's getting late, so I better look as peppy as I can and say hi to Sakura. I take a deep breath and announce myself loudly as I walk through the front door. Sakura's already at the entrance, like she's been waiting here the whole time.
なんだよ、元気ないな。出迎えてくれたのは嬉しいけど、そんな顔じゃ素直に喜べないぞ。
I take off my shoes and go into the corridor. For now, I want to rest my body. I'll go to the living room and have a cup of tea before I tell Sakura what happened today. So, a big black thing chopped my arm off.
そういうわけにはいかないか。お茶の前に事情を話しておかないとな。
Tosaka will be here soon. If I don't explain the situation first, Sakura will be on guard against Tosaka.
今日のことなんだけど。
先輩、何もおっしゃらないんですか？
Before I can finish, Sakura asked me a faltering question.
何もって何が？
Sakura is silent. She's looking at my left arm.
まあ、これのことか。そうだよな。見かけがこんなんじゃ普通驚く。
It's wrapped in thick cloths that are clearly more than just bandages. Sakura may not know what happened, but anyone would notice that.
ちょっと怪我した。けど問題なく動くし、もうなんともない。本当はこんな布も邪魔なだけなんだけど、琴峰のやつが外すなってうるさくてさ。
A little hurt? Dude, you fucking lost an arm!
まあ あ治療してもらった手前もあるし、おとなしく言うことは聞いとくんだけど。
I pat my left arm to show that I'm okay. But that just makes Sakura get even more quiet.
さくら、いや、本当に大丈夫なんだぞ。大げさなだけで、ただのかすり傷だって。こんなのはすぐに治るし、さくらが気にするようなことじゃ。
かすり傷なわけないじゃないですか。もう先輩の腕ですらないんですよ。指先だって満足に動かないのに、どうしてそんなこと言うんですか。いくら私だってそんな見えすいた嘘になんか騙されません。それとも先輩は私に話しても無駄だから黙ってるんですか。
She lashes out with fiery anger. I'm speechless at my own stupidity. I didn't consider what Sakura must have felt like staying at home by herself all day.
さくら。
ごめんなさい先輩。責めるつもりじゃなかったんです。私はただ先輩があんまりにも無茶をして、先輩自身のことを大事にしてあげないのが。
違う。あ、いや、さくらの言う通りだけど、違う。
ごめんなさい先輩。責めるつもりじゃなかったんです。私はただ先輩があんまりにも無茶をして、先輩自身のことを大事にしてあげないのが。
俺、怒鳴られて怒ったわけじゃない。真剣に怒ったさくらを見たのは初めてだから、驚いて反省した。
反省したって、先輩が。
ああ、確かに強がるのは良くない。それがさくらならなおさらだ。きっと俺はさくらにかっこ悪いところを見せたくなかったんだ。だから強がって平気なふりをした。けど考えてみればそっちの方がかっこ悪い。さくらが怒るのも当たり前だ。
いえ、先輩がかっこ悪いなんてそんなこと絶対ないですけど。
No, I definitely am. What was I thinking? Hoping not to make her worry by telling her nothing at all. I was just trying to put on a strong front for Sakura.
ごめんな、さくら。俺、やられちまった。
And I lost frames? Not sure when that happened.
腕はなんとかなったけど、さくらの役には立てなかった。
そんなことないです。先輩は立派でした。私は見てませんけど、すごくかっこよかったです。
I wasn't watching, but I saw you look really cool.
いや、これが本当に情けなかったんで、そう言われると辛い。満足にイリアも助けられなかったし、ただ逃げ帰ってくるだけだったし。
それでもちゃんと帰ってきてくれました。
それはよかった。
I scratched my head bashfully. Still, though, I'm both happy and embarrassed to have her say that to me.
そうだな。とりあえず生きてるだけで儲かってんだよな。
はい、先輩はかっこいいです。私惚れ直しちゃいました。
Sakura seems to have cheered up incredibly because she gives me a sunny grin. I don't know what exactly to say to that, so I just...
こういう時はどう返せばいいんだろう、遠坂。
さあ、私の意見としてはあんまり玄関先でイチャつかないでほしいってことぐらいね。
Wait. I turned to Tosaku, who's right in front of me. Our surprised voices harmonize. Sakura and I take a surprised half step back.
遠坂、いつからそこに？
遠坂先輩、なんでうちにいるんですか？
And we exclaim our shock in unison.
いつからそこにじゃないわよ。もう話がついてるかと思えば、二人して仲良く喧嘩してるし。まったく、今がどんな状況なのか分かってるの？シロ。
Tosaka sets a large overnight bag down on the entrance floor. Behind her, I see Emiya standing silently, looking very tense.
遠坂先輩、昨日の続きなら私は構いません。先輩が守ってくれる以上、私だって魔導の魔術師として全力であなたと戦います。
Sakura pulls her hands into fists and enters a staring match with Tosaka. No, it's more like a frog desperately standing up to a snake that spotted its prey.
それもまだ聞いてなかったのね。いい？さくら。とりあえずあなたの処置は保留するわ。私の最優先事項は造剣を倒すこと。あなたとの決着はその後よ。まあ、造剣さえ倒してしまえば、あなたと戦うこともなくなるから、うまくいけば造剣を倒すだけでことは済むわけだけど。それじゃあ、遠坂先輩はあなた、いえ、シローと協力して造剣退治をするってことで、そうなると離れて過ごすのはもったいないでしょ。だから今夜からここで生活してシローを鍛えることにしたの。短期間で戦力になってもらうにはスパルタしかないしね。そういうわけだからしばらくシローを借りるわ。荒領事になるけど問題ないわよね、二人とも。
Rin Tosaka starts slaying out my schedule without any input from me.
待った遠坂、そんなこといきなり。
そんなのダメです。いえ、遠坂先輩はどんな権利があってそんなこと言うんですか？
言われてもさ。心の準備とかあるじゃんか。
I meekly protest. Of course, my opinion is completely rejected by Sakura's outcry and Tosaka's stern glance.
あら、権利さえあればいいの？ならますます問題ないわね。彼が生きているのは私のおかげだもの。その借りを返すまでシローは私の言うことを聞くしかないの。居場所を明け渡せって言えば明け渡してくれるし、ちゃんと3食付きにしてって言ったらしてくれるのよね。
God damn. Freeloader Ren is back. Tosaka, people are bound to get the wrong idea when you say it that way.
そんな、本当なんですか、先輩。
まあ、遠坂の発言にはところどころ反論したいんだが、言ってることは本当だ。それに仲間は多い方がいいだろ。造剣が桜を狙っているのは確かなんだ。遠坂がいてくれるなら確実に桜を守れる。
Besides, Tosaka is her big sister. I prefer it if they were together and not, and I don't want them to fight.
わかりました。先輩がそう言うなら納得します。
Sakura looks away.
決まりね。それじゃあ上がらせてもらうわよ。ほらシロ、客間に案内して。前に上がった時、離れの客間に目をつけてたんだから。ああ、イリアはどこがいい？別にどこでもいいけど、そこの女の近くは嫌よ。そうなの？ならイリアは和室ね。
Tosaka and Ilya casually banter. They seem close enough to be on a first-name basis now.
あ、そうだ。さくら、こっちの子がイリア。バーサーカーはやられちまったけど、なんとかイリアだけは助けられた。トサカ同様、これからうちで預かるけど、仲良くしてやってくれ。
I introduced Sakura and Ilya to each other.
よろしくさくら。マキリの娘だそうだけど、軽蔑はしないであげるわ。一応シローの知り合いみたいだし、特別に人間扱いしてあげる。そうですね。じゃあ私もあなたと同じように振る舞います。
Hmm? That's the extent of their greetings. Ilya leaves Tosaka and walks to the living room. As she does, I see Sakura watching her with somewhat cold eyes. Dinner comes and goes like a sudden storm. Okay, to call it a storm would be misleading. It was more like a doldrum where you lose track of time because there's no wind, and when it and then it ends before you know it. Anyway, it was time for it was a time dinner. It was a dinner fraught with tension.
夕飯なら私が作りましょうか。引っ越しそばのようなものだし。
With that, Tosaka starts cooking on her own, and I'm forced to admit that she's better at it than me. Sakura's Western-style cooking might barely measure up.
遠坂先輩、お料理上手なんですね。
Sakura was stunned, but she still ended up eating the food too. I was so stretched out by everything happening, like Tosaka's home cooking, eating together with Tosaka, and Sakura looking downtrodden, not to mention the awkward vibe between her and Ilya, that I couldn't really move much. As a result, I couldn't enjoy Tosaka's excellent cooking, and between the hour being reminded of and spent the hour being reminded of what a flawless overachiever Rin Tosaka is. And then...
じゃあ私は部屋の準備があるから引き上げるわ。詳しい話は明日の朝にするから、今夜はもう休みなさい。
She even washes all the dishes until they're spotless before she excuses herself.
私も部屋に行ってるわ。今日森に行った人はみんな疲れてるんだから、早めに寝ないと体が持たないわよ。
I don't know if that was a dig at Sakura, but Ilya leaves without looking at her.
なんだって言うんだ、まったく。
In a sense, everything is going just as Tosaka predicted, although Ilya's attitude has been weird. The way she's treating Sakura is similar to the icy demeanor she had when we first met.
イリア、さくらとは初対面のくせに、なんであんなに突っかかるんだろう。やっぱり、アインツベルンとマキリって仲が悪いのかな。
According to Kotomine, the Einburns, Makiris, and Tosakas were prestigious mage families that founded the Holy Grail War. Apparently, the Einburns had the most authority, so maybe Ilya thinks that of Tosaka and Sakura is beneath her.
誤解しないでくれよ、さくら。イリアは気難しいからあんなことを言ってるけど、ちょっと話せばすぐに仲良くなれる。あいつ、単に人見知りが激しいだけって、さくら。
Sakura doesn't answer. I watch her head waver until she falls limply backward.
さくら。
I catch her by the shoulders.
あれ、先輩、どうしたんですか？そんな怖い顔して。
Sakura didn't even realize it. She's asking me what's happening, as if she wasn't about to faint.
いや、別に大したことじゃない。
I let go of her shoulders. Looks like that was enough to make her notice.
すみません。ちょっと疲れてたから眠っちゃってました。
She apologizes for something she doesn't even understand.
そっか、昨日の今日だし、さくらは安静にしてないとな。遠坂もああ言ってたし、今日はもう寝よう。無理に起きてる必要はない。
そうですね。じゃあお言葉に甘えちゃいます。今晩ぐっすり眠れば、きっと明日には元気になってますし。今夜は遠坂先輩にご馳走してもらいましたから、明日の朝は私が受け持ちますね。先輩仕込みの朝食で仕返ししてあげちゃいます。
She stands up with a mischievous grin. Her gait is steady. Accompanying her to her bedroom would backfire right now. If Sakura is trying to convince me that she's okay, then I should believe her.
そうだな。おごれる遠坂の鼻をへし折ってやってくれ。さくらが最後の砦だ。正直、ここで遠坂に一撃くれておかないと後がない。
任せてください。きっとワンパンチしてみせますから。
One punch! Even though that came before that. This came before that. Long before One Punch Man. At least long before the anime. I don't know when the manga first came out.
頼もしいな。じゃあ、及ばずながら俺もなんか手伝わせてくれ。今夜はさっさと寝て、明日の朝6時に台所に集合ってことでいいかな。
はい、お待ちしています、先輩。
Sakura gives me a polite bow and then leaves for the side hallway. Just before she's gone,
先輩、さっきのこと、姉さんには黙っていてください。
she says in a strange voice without turning around.
ただの居眠りなんだから、遠坂に言うほどのことじゃないだろ。
はい、おやすみなさい、先輩。
She slides the door shut. Sakura goes off to the guest house without looking back. She must be in her fainting spell. Sakura isn't recovering as well as she hopes. Kotomide said she only has days left. Regardless of what Zoken wants to do with her, she isn't stable. That's why she's been trying to put on a strong front. She'll be fine. That's what she insists on telling us because she doesn't want us to worry. Sakura never refers to Tosaka that way except when we're alone. And then only when something's weighing on her mind. When she can't stop herself from wishing for help, she calls Tosaka her big sister. Their complicated family background is what led to a wall being built between sisters. if we can destroy that wall, then we can. If we can destroy that wall, then we can go back to being. Then they can go back to being regular siblings. I think that might be the best thing I can do for Sakura.
二人ともギクシャクしてるけど脈はあるし。
No one saw the situation coming, but it might turn out to be a good chance to tear down that wall. I open my eyes. I can't sleep. My pajamas are heavy with sweat. I kick off the covers. I wipe my forehead, finding that it's slick with enough sweat to soak a kitchen rag. I can't think straight. Did the summer-like heat cook my brain? I think as hard as I can, but I can't tell what, or when or where this is. I go out into the yard. I just want to cool off my burning body. Was the room hot or was it just me? Thinking is a pain, so I'll sleep in the shed tonight. It's cold in there. It doesn't matter whether it's hot or... Suddenly stabbing drives me to my knees. I keel over, panting hard. I'm awake. I clutch my left arm, the source of the heat and pain. It's wrapped in a holy shroud. The red cloth locks the arm up tight. I can move it, but it's wrapped so tightly the blood is cut off. Then I wonder if it's the cloth that's hurting my arm.
これを取れば元通りだったりしてな。
It's a terribly enticing delusion. I haven't even seen what's under the red cloth yet. It's not that I don't believe what the priest said, but what if he's wrong? Nothing's wrong with my arm. Maybe if I unwrap it, it'll just be the same old arm I've always known. It can't possibly be made of steel. The only reason I can't move it is because it's bound up so tightly. If I unwrap it, I'm sure. I am sure this is going to lead to a bad end. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't even make any flags? So, don't take it off. I breathe out the gloom that collected in my lungs. I'm being absurd. How is believing in the delusion supposed to help me? In delusion supposed to help me. If Tosaka saw me like this, she'd be furious with me before she even got to laughing.
大丈夫だ。ただ腕が動かないだけでどうってことはない。悩むならもっと別のことを考えろ。
The bigger problem is Sakura, not my arm. She seemed energetic, but she could collapse at any time. I need to defeat Zokan and attain the Holy Grail before then. I can worry about myself after that. I'll beat Zokan and Assassin with one arm. And they're not my only enemies. We're facing a mysterious unknown foe too. I don't know the story behind it. I have no idea what the Black Shadow is, or how Saber became Zokan's servant. All I know is that she's my enemy now. Actually, I do know something. I don't have a chance of beating her. I don't know what the dull pain in my arm is going to turn into next. I'm at an overwhelming disadvantage, and I'm starting to lose sight of even who I am anymore. How am I supposed to protect Sakura in this state? I hear footsteps and stand up. Someone's behind me. I can tell I can tell who is here without even needing to turn around. Hi! The black-clad servant is as stoic as ever. Before, she wouldn't have announced herself with so much noise, so she must have done it for my benefit. Ryder looks at me wordlessly. Not that it matters, but Ryder is tall. Something must be wrong with me to suddenly care about that.
何がおかしいのですか、シロ。こちらはまだ何も告げてはいませんが。
え、今のは違うよ。ライダー、俺より背が高いだろ。もう随分と顔を合わせてきたのに、今になって気がついてさ。我ながら間の抜けたやつだって笑ったんだ。
そうですか。先ほどは苦しんでいるように見えましたが、いらぬ気遣いだったようですね。
今のは違うよ。ライダー、俺より背が高いだろ。もう随分と顔を合わせてきたのに、今になって気がついてさ。我ながら間の抜けたやつだって笑ったんだ。
Is it just me or does Ryder sound a little angry?
それよりライダー、今日助けてくれたのはお前か？記憶にないんだけど、あの森から教会まで運んでくれたのはライダーの気がするんだけど。
そうですね。あなたたちを運んだのは私です。さくらはあなたを守れと言った。私はサーバントとして彼女の命に従ったまでです。
そうか。それは助かったけど、ライダーを使ったってことはさくらも魔力を使ったってことだよな。じゃあ、
ええ、残り少ないさくらの魔力はさらに失われたということです。今日のようにさくらが私を使えば、私はさくらを食いつぶしてしまうでしょう。
Ryder's voice is flat. It doesn't contain any malice or pity for Sakura. She's just stating the fact of being a servant.
ライダー、一つ聞いていいか？
構いません。尋ね事があるのなら先にどうぞ。
じゃあ聞く。ライダーはさくらがレイジをなくしたら、そのままさくらを殺すのか？
A master who runs out of command spells would typically get attacked by their own servant. If Sakura and Ryder don't have a bond of trust, Ryder will ruthlessly kill Sakura and use her body as fuel until she makes a pact with a new master. Ryder's only protecting Sakura as her servant. It doesn't seem like it gets out of any genuine affection. That's why I need to determine her intentions here.
どうなんだ？お前はさくらを殺すのか？
ええ。さくらがそれを望むのなら、私の手で楽にしようとは考えています。ですがシロ、私は彼女の生存を望んでいる。
じゃあライダーはレイジがなくなってもさくらを襲わないんだな。
レイジの縛りは関係ありません。私はさくらがマスターである限り、自らの意志で彼女を守る。私は彼女が好きですから。
本当に？
ええ。意外ですか、シロ。私が感情を持つことが。
いや、すまん。勘違いしてた。そんな風には見えなかったから、つい。
謝る必要はありません。私はさくらとまともに話したことはありませんし、さくらも私には話しかけない。けれどシロ、サーバントは自分に近いものに呼ばれるのです。あなたがセーバーを召喚したのは偶然ではなく、その魂の在り方が近いからでしょう。そういった意味で言えば、私とさくらは同じものです。もともと饒舌ではないのですから、会話がないのも当然でしょう。そのようなものがなくとも、私たちはお互いをよく分かっています。
Ryder's voice takes on a clearly warm tone. From her appearance, I imagined her to be more cold and ruthless, but now I'm wondering if she's truly a gentle soul.
そっか。それはよかった。ライダーがさくらの味方でいてくれてすごく嬉しい。
そうですか。では私の番ですね。シロ、あなたはさくらがマキリの家にもらわれてから今まで何に耐えてきたか分かっていますか？
それは。
I couldn't possibly understand, though I already heard from Katamine's lips what happened to her.
わからない。だから、それを口にすることもしちゃいけないと思う。
Yeah. I'm the lowest of mages, but even I know what kind of person Zoken is. It's easy to imagine the awful things he's capable of, and it would probably be close to the truth. Still, I could never claim to understand what Sakura's been through.
でしょうね。さくらはあなたに知られないように努めてきた。そのあなたがここでわかるなどと口にすれば、私はあなたを殺している。
それはさくらのために。
ええ。けれどその必要はなかったようです。あなたは未熟で不器用ですが、その真にあるものは信用に足ります。だからこそさくらにとってあなたは救いだったのでしょう。長い間彼女の中には諦めしかなかった。絶望し、ただ受け入れるだけの日々が延々と続いていた。そこに変化が生じたのはあなたと知り合ってからです。シロ、あなたはさくらに諦め以外のなくしていた諸々の感情を取り戻させた。その中で最も大きかったのは痛みと苦しみですが、それでも諦めるだけだった彼女にとって、あなたは唯一確かな救いだったのです。
I can't quite read the intent behind what Ryder is saying. I don't know why she came to love me. When she suffered on a level that I could never possibly relate to. But her words are utterly sincere, coming from someone who shares her senses with her master. Ryder is quiet. It's like she's speaking on Sakura's behalf.
シロ、あなたはさくらを幸せにすると言いましたが、さくらにとってはこの2年間こそが幸福だった。
Her voice contains quiet sadness and gratitude.
私が尋ねたかったのはそれだけです。さくらの幸福はあなたが生きてそばにいてくれるということ。それ以外に彼女が望むものなどない。
Ryder examines me through her blindfold. Her expression inquires that as if I understand the significance of what she's saying. To Sakura Mato, Shiro Emiya fighting this war is a threat to her happiness. Ryder's challenging what I plan to do with the beat-up body of mine. I try to clench my unmoving left hand. If I can still fight, then I have to, no matter what shape I'm in. I swore that I'd save Sakura. I've decided that I'd fight for her sake now, not to end the war. That's why if I stop here, then I'll have nothing left. Silence falls over us. Ryder stops talking, and I stare there at the ground, not answering. I wonder how much time passes.
あなたはさくらの味方ですか？シロ、この先に、たとえ何があったとしても。
The answer to her question is obvious. Shiro Emiya swore to be Sakura Moto's ally. I have to nod firmly. I know that, but I can't say it out loud.
何があったとしても。
Deep inside myself, I realize what she means.
ここで無理をせずとも、答えはいずれ出ます。その時までに覚悟を決めておくのですね。
Ryder virtually blends into the darkness as she departs. I watch her go, and she looks up at the sky. I watch her go and then look up at the sky. Yeah. She noticed that I couldn't give her a clear answer. The black shadow that I still don't understand. This unstable left arm. The ideals I've followed my entire life that I decided to cast aside. They all show me where I'm headed. With the Holy Grail, I could make any other wish come true. But perhaps my wish to make Sakura happy is an illusion that no amount of power can ever grant. Red interlude. I've never seen that. I dream of a box for breeding bugs. Oh no, we're going from Zogan's perspective again. A ruined nest. Black pupa. I have no memory of my birth. Or is this assassin? I thrive and flourish. My roots have always been an unknown. I have no memory of my death day. I walk at a steady pace. My empty head sways from side to side. Absent of any clear destination. Shiver and treble, go, go. My dry hands and feet rattle like paper balloons. Trembling along the ground. I'll get to float once I grow up. Go, go. Go, go. Go, go.
見ろよあれなんかのあいつ
Somebody squeaks as they come up to me.
いい女じゃん裸足やべえ顔色
Oh, this is Saber. People swarm up to me.
飛沫おいてやらね
Empty laughter. I don't remember asking them to come. They're scaring me. Time to go home.
おい何逃げだお前待てってなあったのかやかいいんじゃねえのカッタラソン町へあるねえって そうなってことはいいか俺賛成僕は困ってる人だ守りた思いまそうなってことはいいか俺たちで保護してあげとダメ
They keep chasing me. Their screeching gives me a headache. So my empty tummy rumbles. That wasn't Saber.
今夜虫を潰した
I mean, in all fairness, nothing with value was lost. Beautiful one. A blinding light. My mind and body are pushed away from the entrance by a powerful headwind. The light is so bright I can't even perceive its source. Battered by the wind, my body rusts away bit by bit. How long have I been here? An infinity that isn't even a second, and a moment close to an eternity. Time without time turns years into seconds. Thus, my long withered body is being polished like a mirror to a mirror-like shine while it erodes away. Oh. Forward. This place is suffocating. An aimless weightlessness. Total vacuum. This world worn away by wind is no place for a person to be. That's why I keep going. My volume doubles with each step, and breathing and walking becomes harder. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps are already impossible. I can't go any further. The wind shoves me back when I try, wearing my body away. But if I want to escape, then I have to keep going. The wind is blowing from beyond that light. The light is an entrance and an exit. This place is suffocating. So I need to hurry to the other side. If I can go through the entrance, the wind will be even stronger. If I can go through the exit, the suffering will ease. I reach out. I reach out with all my might. The light is just ahead, but I can't reach it. The aurora blinds me. I just can't reach it. It's suffocating. Blood spills from my mouth as I reach out, but I can't touch it. Why? It's just a meter ahead of me. So why does it feel like I'm aiming for an ever-distant point in the sky?
シロ
The sound of my name wakes me up.
ダメよ。苦しいからってそれ取ったら死んじゃうんだから。
Ilya's staring at me.
あれ、イリア。なんで俺の部屋にいるんだ？
なんでって私の部屋近くだもん。先に目が覚めちゃったからシロを観察していたのでした。
Huh. Apparently, Ilya was watching me sleep. That being said, was she doing it because...
もしかして俺、うなされてたのか？
そうよ。シロ、苦しそうに声を上げて左腕の布を剥ぎ取ろうとしていたわ。まあきっとそうなるって思ってたから来てあげたんだけどね。シロが眠ってる間に痛み止めしといてあげたから今は幾分楽でしょ。
I noticed that my right hand is grabbing my left arm. Talk about dodging a bullet. If Ilya hadn't come to help me, it would have I would have torn off the shroud in my sleep.
そっか。朝からありがとな、イリア。
お礼はいいよ。私とシロの仲だもん。それに約束したでしょ。シロが苦しい時は私が助けてあげるんだって。
Her smile takes my breath away. I realize that Ilya came here to help me out, to help me out of sheer goodwill and feel ashamed.
それにシロの寝顔が見たかったし、苦しいのに一生懸命我慢しちゃってシロったら可愛かったわ。
I slammed the brakes on my beating heart.
イリア、人の部屋に黙って入るのは良くない。特に朝と夜なんかもってのほかだ。俺も人並みの男だからいろいろ困る。
そうなんだ。具体的に言うとどんな風に困るのかしら。
いや、だからそういう質問込みで困る。
そうなんだ。具体的に言うとどんな風に困るのかしら。詳しく知りたいな、私。
だいたいイリアは女の子なんだから朝っぱらから男の部屋になんて入っちゃダメだ。いいか、危ないぞ。本当に危ないんだぞ。イリア本人もだけど部屋の主たる思春期の少年の内部の心臓かな。
そうなの？けどそれじゃますますわからないよ、シロ。ちゃんと何が都合悪くてどうして危ないのか言ってくれなくちゃ。
Oh my god. She's picked up Rin's gremlin mode. The silver-haired girl gets down on all fours and...
ほら、もっと近くに寄っちゃったよ。さ、どうして朝に来られると困ってしまうの？シロ。
I roll away from her in panic, still wrapped up in my covers. I'm in danger. Every morning I have to face the facts of my male physiology. If she comes at me looking like that, I'll be branded in shame as a. My head runs smack dab into a wooden post.
だから危ないって言ったんだ。
I collapse on the floor, making excuses.
ごめんねシロ。その痛くなかった。
It hurts. The pain is so bad I'm seeing stars, but I can't help but I can't let that slip in front of Emiya.
いや、大丈夫だ。いい目覚ましになったから気にしないでくれ。
I wake my head and stand up. The physical shock has completely tamed my physiological reaction.
よし。時間も時間だし、朝飯を作りに行くか。イリア、朝は何がいい？嫌いなものがあったら今のうちに言ってくれ。
嘘。シロ、ご飯作れるの？
まあ、人並みにはできる。洋菓子は、そうだな。ホットケーキぐらいならなんとか。
Emiya's face lights up. It seems she's quite pleased to learn that I know how to cook.
なんなら一緒に作るか？朝飯ができたら呼びに行こうと思ってたけど、イリアが起きてるなら今にいてもらった方がいいし。
本当？うん、行く行く。シロのエプロン姿見たい。
そっか。じゃあ3人で協力して遠坂をやっつけよう。今朝はさくらと一緒に作る約束だったから、イリアが入れば3人力だ。
やめた。さくらがいるなら行かない。シロ、一人で行って。
God
なん
damn.
だよ急に。さくらがいるならって、イリアはさくらが嫌いなのか？
いいえ、どっちかっていうと好きな部類よ。ただあの子はシロには合わないから認めてあげないだけ。
合わないってイリア。
本当のことよ。シロだって気づいてるくせに必死に気づかないようにしてるでしょ。私が今さら言っても始まらないわ。
Emiya starts walking out the door.
それとどんなトランス状態にあったか知らないけど、むやみに先に進まないで。あなたが見ているものはアーチャーの魔術でシロの魔術じゃないわ。いずれシロのものになるとは言っても、今はまだ可能性があるだけ。そんな状態で投影なんてすれば、シロの体は内側から崩壊する。
投影なんてすれば。
I repeat Emiya's words in confusion, and then the firing hammer goes off. The dream I had on that operating table, a hazy understanding of what I saw and what it meant enters my mind. That was probably an extreme form of projection magecraft from the end of the earth that replicates any weapon he sees as swords.
そうよ。アーチャーの宝具は彼だけが使える魔術なの。アーチャーは目にした武器なら確実に複製する連鉄の英霊。その力は彼の腕を受け継いだシローにも使えるものよ。今は意識してないだろうけど、その気になればきちんとした起動呪文も思い起こせる。けど使えるからって使おうなんて思わないで。あの神父の言葉は正しいわ。一度でもその布を解いて投影をすれば、 シロンは絶対に助からない。だから何があってもその布は外さないで。キリツグみたいに勝手に死んだら許さない。私が殺す前に私を一人にしたら絶対に許さないんだから。
Ilya leaves into the hallway. I could sense hatred mixed with genuine concern in her warning.
先輩、株の汚れ取り終わりました。手羽元の準備はどうですか？
ああ、アク取りは済んだ。そっちを四つ切りにしたら似合う。
先輩、カレー粉なんて持って何するんですか？
And how am I doing it with just one arm? I still can't move the left arm, right?
タレ作ってるんだ。イワシのかば焼きにかける。イリアが魚嫌いでも食べられるだろ、カレー風味なら。
なるほど、冴えてますね先輩。それじゃあさばくのは私がやりますから、先輩は煮込み物のチェックをお願いします。
いや、イワシなら包丁使わなくてもさばけるからいいよ。腹骨をこそぐ時だけ頼むから、さくらはだしと醤油でかぼちゃに作ってくれ。一品ぐらい甘いものがあった方がいい。
了解しました。片手で綺麗なお魚さばいているとお寿司屋さんみたいですよ、先輩。
Again, how am I able to do that? Sakura cheerfully reaches into the refrigerator. Maybe she feels better after a full night's sleep because she's in a great mood this morning. And I'm having fun in the kitchen with her too. Sakura thoughtfully anticipates that what I'm trying to do and preps everything I need. Cooking together with her is so comforting.
先輩、お寿司屋さん止まってますけど。
ちょっとぼーっとしてた。急がないとな。そろそろ7時だ。
I sigh quietly so that Sakura won't hear, and resume trimming the sardines. Sardines have soft flesh, so it's better to trim them with fingers than a knife. If it's something that I can just barely manage with my only working hand.
けど、先輩いつの間にそんな技を覚えたんですか？右手だけでお魚をさばくなんてかなり普通じゃないです。
技じゃない。これはタイミングと気合の問題。その気になればさくらだってできる。
そんなものですか。
そんなもんだよ。技っていうのは包丁一本で牛ばらしたり氷細工をスパーンと作っちまうやつ。はい、あとよろしく。腹骨取ったら焼くからボウルに入れといてくれ。
I step away from the cutting board and move in front of the stove. I turn on the heat under the frying pan and add half a teaspoon of oil. I'm more or less on autopilot thanks to muscle memory, so I start looking at the sky.
先輩、
I grunt absently.
余計なことかもしれませんけど、そのイリアさんと何かあったんですか？
My hand holding the pan freezes, but only for an instant. Sakura probably didn't notice.
ちょっと台所に来る前に話した。イリアはイリアでやっぱり大変なんだ。 それにどうやって答えればいいのかすごく難しい。
それはマスターとしての問題なんでしょうか。イリアさんはまだ戦うと言っているとか。
いや、とりあえずイリアには戦闘意欲らしきものはない。いや、初めからそんなものはなかったのかもしれない。アインツベルンのマスターとして聖杯を手に入れようとしたんだろうけど、イリアには聖杯より他の目的があったんだ。けどそれは。
She lost it long before the war even ever started. The person she wanted to see, Kiritsugu Emiya, died 5 years ago. So what can I do for her in this place? What should I do?
なあ、さくら。もしイリアが自分の国に帰りたくないって言ったら、うちに住んでもらっちゃダメかな。
ここは先輩のお家です。私の意見はあんまり意味がないです。
Well, like fuck, we're letting you go back to the Motto household. That place has been toxic your whole friggin' life.
何言ってんだ。ここさくらの家じゃんか。それにイリアを引き取るなんて大事なこと、相方に相談なしでできることじゃない。
相方って私ですか？
ああ、さくら以外いないだろ、そんなの。
Ilya Torsaka would never help me so perfectly in the kitchen.
さくら、フライパンの用意できたから。
I ask her for the deboned sardines. Sakura gives them to me with an unsteady motion. What's wrong? Is her fever back?
はい、わかりました。私、イリアさんと仲良くできるよう頑張ります。
うん、そうしてくれると嬉しい。イリアもさくらのこと嫌いじゃないって言ってたから、ちゃんと話せば仲良くなれる。
Yeah, that would make me really happy. Once the Holy Grail War and our relationship as masters end, I'd love to have Sakura and Ilya live here. We can make breakfast together without a care in the world, just like today. I pay any price to make that happy future come true.
おはよう。日曜だっていうのに早いのね、二人とも。
Suddenly, an incredible sight walks by.
先輩、今おかしな人が通りませんでした？
さくらにも見えたってことは幻覚じゃないんだな。
We timidly peek into the living room. With a loud thump, the newcomer violently plants herself on the floor to stake her territory. Then grumpily pours herself a cup of tea and turns on the TV with a sour expression.
びっくり。遠坂先輩、朝に弱い人だったんだ。
Sakura? Isn't that term usually reserved for more endearing behavior? We start breakfast. I'm sitting with Sakura at the dining table while Tosaka is next to Ilya.
あら、割と上品な味付けをするのね、さくら。これなら食べてあげてもいいわ。
I can't tell if Ilya is praising or attacking her.
参ったわね。私、朝は食べない主義なんだけど。
In classic Tosaka fashion, she grumbles even as she munches on the tamagoyaki. One grunt and she focuses on her food without saying anything else. Breakfast passes in silence. The only noise comes from the TV as it alternates through topic after topic. I see a familiar backdrop in the screen. There's no doubt about it. They're talking about mysterious blood stains found this morning in the Shinto park.
中央公園で行方不明者。付近にはおびただしい血痕
It was a rather graphic. It was a rather graphic incident. An older man out on a morning run found bloodstains at the park and reported them. Police officer has responded to the scene and discovered enough spilled blood to account for a single person, as well as partial human remains. Apparently, there were enough remains for up to 4 victims.
警察では4人の身元をなんで4人なんだ1人分の血痕しかないのに
そりゃ体の一部ってのが4人分あったんでしょう。本当に一部しか残ってなかっただろうけど、そこから判断したんじゃない？
当差がってことはこれもサーバント造剣の仕業だっていうのか。
さあね、造剣の仕業かどうかはわからない。けど、これはあの影がやったと見て間違いない。ほら、画面の端っこ。雑草が黒く変色してるでしょ？それ、森であの影が出てきた時と同じなのよ。
Tosaka analyzes it casually, but there's still 2 things I don't understand.
なんでだよ。あの影がなんであれ、今まではこんなことしてなかっただろう。あれは町の人たちから魔力を吸い上げたことはあっても、こんな風に、
It didn't need to murder them like this.
そうね。考えられる理由があるとしたら、敵がいなくなったからでしょう。もう正面からあいつらを倒せるマスターはいない。なら、これからは誰の目も気にすることなく、好き放題できるでしょ？
それは見境がなくなってるってことか。
さあ、自分で言っておいてなんだけど、私にはそうは見えない。仮に造剣があの影と関係があるのなら、これは予期せぬ事故だったんじゃないかしら。造剣本人、今頃これを知って驚いてるってのに卵焼きをかけてもいい。
Not that Tosaka even had any tamagoyaki left to hold up her end of the bet. And now her eagle eyes are eyeing my plate.
予期せぬ事故ってなんでさ。
後片付けができてないでしょ。結婚はともかく遺体の一部を残すようなやつじゃない。つまりこの現場に造剣はいなくて、あのわけわかんない影だけで食事をしたってこと。
なるほど。じゃあもう一つ。さっきの質問なんだが、どうして被害者は4人って分かってるんだ？結婚は1人分で、遺体の一部だって1人分しかないんだぞ。
My guess for that is while there are only enough parts left for one person, and my guess is while there's only enough parts for one person, and there are at least 4 different parts.
重さじゃなくて形の話。一つしかないはずのものが4つあったんじゃない？それなら鑑識するまでもなく被害者の数ぐらいわかるもの。 ほら、一面の血の海にさ、違う靴が4足あったら、誰だって何人いたかわかるでしょ。
Tosaka talks about it calmly. As soon as I imagine that visual, my appetite suddenly goes away. After breakfast,
シロ、やらなくちゃいけないことがあるから、ちょっと付き合って。
she takes me to the dojo. I have no reason to say no, and I was planning to talk to Tosaka about our next steps.
ちょっと、私が呼んだのはシロだけよ。なんだってゾロゾロついてくるのよ、あなたたちは。
Tosaka is cranky at that we have uninvited companions.
その、遠坂先輩が妙に先立ってるから、先輩一人だと危険だと思って。あのね、素人は協定を結んだんだから、騙し討ちなんてしないわよ。そんなこと言わなくても分かってるくせに、なんだってついてきたの、さくら。だって、先輩を守るのは私の役割です。言い切ったわね。じゃあそっちは？私がやることなんてとっくに分かってるくせにわざわざヤジ飛ばしに来たわけ？いいえ、私もさくらと同じよ、リン。あなたがやりたいことは分かるけど、どんな方法を取るかまでは分からないもの。シローに変なことしないか監視に来たのよ。まあいいけど、こっちはシローのためを思って体をいじるんだから、早とちりして邪魔なんてしないでよね。悠長にやってる余裕なんてないんだから。
Tosaka's bag is in the dojo. She must have brought it here before breakfast. It's filled with tools I think I remember seeing at her house. So I think I know what she's going to do to me, but...
悪い。その前に少しいいか、登坂。
何よ、まさかこの後に及んで痛いのは嫌だなんて言うんじゃないでしょうね。
そりゃ当たり前だ。誰だって痛いのは嫌だぞ。大体な、何をするか説明もしていないのに、そんなの見せられたら逃げるぞ、普通。
Our audience members nod. I'm glad that I have such supportive backup.
説明不足で悪かったわね。どうせあなたと比べてこっちは普通じゃないわよ。文句があるなら出ていけばいいじゃない。
Ah. Tosaka's sulking because we're ganging up on her.
いや、文句はない。登坂がやろうとしていることだって薄々分かってる。分かってるから、そっちのことは全面的に信頼してる。どんな指示だろうと、登坂の言葉なら信じる。昨日の夜、そう。
じゃあ、なんで待ったなんて書けるのよ。
いや、文句はない。登坂がやろうとしていることだって薄々分かってる。分かってるから、そっちのことは全面的に信頼してる。どんな指示だろうと、登坂の言葉なら信じる。昨日の夜、そう約束しただろう。
疑問がないならおとなしく言うこと聞きなさいよね。
いや、その話じゃない。俺が確認しておきたいのは今後の方針だ。これから俺たちはどうするのか、ここでちゃんと決めておくべきだろう。
The expressions on my side change. We put off this discussion yesterday, but now it's time to hash it out. It concerns the future for all of us. What are we going to fight? What do we want to do? There's no going back once we decide. No, we passed the point of no return a long time ago. I'm just reiterating that fact.
私は戦いには参加しない。誰かが私を襲うのなら戦うけど、自分から戦う気はないわ。今回の聖杯戦争は勝ち残ったところでどうなるかわからないもの。私もイリアさんと同じです。私たちではおじい様には勝てないと思います。もう勝敗は決まったようなものですから、ここでおとなしくしていればおじい様も手出しはしてこないはずですし。
That man? Hell no. Tosaka doesn't say anything. I can't tell what she's thinking, but she doesn't agree with Emiya and Sakura, so I hope she's thinking what I'm thinking.
そうだな。守りに徹するって意見には賛成だ。さくらはこの家から出ず、造形に対して守りを固める。さくらにはライダーがいるし、防戦に徹するならさくらとイリアぐらいは守りきってくれる。その間、俺と遠坂は造剣を倒す手段を考える。ここに立てこもっていてもいつかは襲われるし、これ以上あいつらを野放しにはできない。今朝のニュースと同じことがこれからも起きないとは言えないんだから。
Tosaka doesn't interrupt me. Whatever she's thinking, she also intends to fight Zoken with me.
造剣も放っておけないが、それ以上にあの影は放っておけない。俺と遠坂は今夜から街に出ることになるだろうから、さくらとイリアはここで気を配っていてくれ。
I look around to see if anyone disagrees, but
何を言ってるんですか、先輩。
さくら、何って別におかしなことじゃないだろう。戦えるのは俺と遠坂だけなんだから、俺たちで造剣を倒さないと。
それがおかしいんです。先輩、満足に両手も使えないんですよ。それがどういうことなのか本当に分かっているんですか？
I was gifted with two, and I've got legs.
さくら、
わかりません。先輩、おかしいです。そんな目にあったのにどうしてまだ戦うんですか？これ以上は先輩の手にはまるってそんなこと。実際戦った先輩なら分かってるはずなのに、どうしてそんなバカなことを言うんですか？これなら戦えない体になってしまえば、もう危ない目に遭わないでくれるって安心したのに、どうして。
Sakura is trembling. She's sulking and shaking at her own words. I don't know what she's feeling right now. All I can do is answer her question.
俺はさくらを勝たせる。そのために戦う。造剣やあの影が放っておけないってこともある。けど、それ以上に俺は聖杯が欲しい。これは誰かのためじゃなくて、俺自身の勝手な願いだ。
That's right. It's for my selfish desire to be on Sakura's side and no one else's.
それは私のためなんですか？
そうだ。さくらの体から刻印虫が取り除けるなら、それはさくらのためにもなる。大丈夫だよ、さくら。勝ち目がないのならまず勝ち目を作るし、勝ち目がないうちは戦わない。 勝ち目があったところで危険は当然だし、代償はついて回るから、怪我をしないって約束はできない。けど必ず帰ってくる。さくらを守るって言っただろ。ならそばにいないと約束を守れない。
Sakura looks down painfully. It almost seems like she's apologizing to me.
はいはい、そこまでにしてもらえる？方針は決まったんだから、今さらどうこう言っても仕方がないでしょう。さくらとイリアはここで留守番。私とシローはとりあえず夜の街を巡回する。造犬たちを見つけても安易に仕掛けないで、勝算がある場合のみ戦ってあいつらの戦力を削っていく。これが今後の方針ってことで OK なんでしょ、シロ？
まあ遠坂がその気ならこっちも頼もしい。
そんなの言うまでもないじゃない。それとさくら、キレイはあんたから刻印柱を完全には摘出できなかったけど、その活動は大幅に抑えたはずよ。だから神事の時みたいに直接何かをされない限り刻印柱の暴走はないの。逆に言えば、あなたがこの屋敷に留まっている限り造犬は最後の一人にはなれない。遅かれ早かれあいつはさくらを奪いに来るんだから、戦わないなんて選択肢はないのよ。それが分かってるくせにおとなしくしていようなんてよく言えたものね。それはそうですけど、おじいさまだって私たちが何もしなければ手荒なことは。さくら、いい加減その卑屈な考えやめなさい。造犬はあんたの祖父でもなければ死でもない。あれだけ非道を重ねるやつをまだ人間だって思ってるの？いいえ、おじいさまが人だなんて思ったことは一度も。ならあなたも覚悟を決めなさい。私とシローが外で戦うように、あなたもここで戦わなくっちゃいけないんだから。もし造犬がここを襲った時、あなたは何としても逃げ延びること。ライダーさえ倒されなければ聖杯は完成しない。ライダーが生きている限りはあなたにだって助かる希望があるんだから。
She towers over Sakura with the dignity of a big sister. Sakura nods meekly and says that she understands. After that, I asked Tosaka why we're here in the dojo.
そうね。まずは裸になってもらおうかしら。
Come on!
何をするにしても、シローがどんな体をしているか見ておかないとうまくいかないでしょ。
And she gives me an outrageous answer.
何？今の驚くようなこと？さくら。驚くようなことです。先輩に裸になれって、遠坂先輩は何を考えてるんですか？何って、シローのことに決まってるでしょ。あなたも危ないけど、シローだって負けず劣らずでやばいんだから、今のうちにいろいろやっておかないとダメだって、さくらだって分かってるんじゃない？それはそうですけど。分かってるなら口出ししないでよね。ほらそこ、ポカンとしてないでさっさと上着を脱ぐ。魔除けのサインを入れるんだから、服着てたらできないでしょ。
Tosaka glares daggers at me. But Sakura's gaze is just as painful. It's like her anxious eyes are asking if I'm going to go over to her sister.
早くしなさい。早めに体に馴染ませないと夜の巡回に間に合わなくなるんだから。
The situation is too serious to worry about feeling ashamed. I don't want to get naked, but taking off my shirt is just like changing clothes, so it's no big deal.
脱いだぞ、トサカ。で、これからどうするんだ？
Off with the pants too.
こっちに来て。私の魔術刻印を少しだけ使ってあげるから。
そっちってこんな格好でトサカの近くにか？
当たり前でしょ。左手で直接触れてシローの日韓を把握して、その上で魔除けの刻印を上書きするんだから。くすぐったかったり痛かったりするけど我慢しなさいよね。
She beckons me over. I can't escape from the dojo now. I'll give up and go over to Tosaka. I have a feeling Sakura's eyes are boring into me.
じゃあ始めるけど、その前に確認事項ね。この前はシローの体にスイッチを入れようって言ってたけど、あれはやめるわ。ここで簡単に魔術回路のオンオフができるようになったら、シロー自身が危ないから。
ああ、わかった。
My voice pitch is higher and it's getting hard to breathe. I'm half naked and really close to Tosaka. Why wouldn't I be nervous?
ちょっと落ち着きないけどちゃんと聞いてるの？
聞いてる。ちゃんと聞いてる。
ならいいけど。それで今回するのは逆に魔力を抑える手術よ。今のシローの体は不安定で、いつアーチャーの腕から魔力が逆流してくるかわからない。だからとりあえず左肩とおへそと喉に針を入れて、あなた本人が全力で意識しない限りは左腕とはつながらないようにするの。同時にこれはあの影対策でもあるわ。あいつはそこにいるだけで魔力を吸い上げていく。今からシローに刻むサインは対魔力の効果もあるから、あいつと向き合っても少しは楽になるはずよ。
Once we're done with this page, I'm going to have to call it a night. With that, Tosaka places her palm on my chest. We're going to have to continue this next time. All right. So now we are definitely past where I played when I played through the when I went through this game the first time, because afterwards I just like kind of put it down and never ended up getting back to it. So no. So now we're pretty much blind. So let's set up a raid. And we'll raid Robin is playing Jump King. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, and you can also check my socials down there. And if you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I think I said that it's for Twitch, but if you're on Twitch, please leave a follow. So tomorrow we'll be getting to the Orpheus DLC, and we'll be getting to the Orpheus DLC in Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. And we'll probably do a demo afterwards because the DLC is rather short from what I've seen. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.